I should have asked him for a brochure of some sort.
There were Stormtroopers in Baltimore, and then we see R2-D2 in Philadelphia.
That's right. We see all these things. Stormtroopers, R2-D2. It's a Star Wars world.
Hooray!
Oh my goodness.
He's wearing Imperial Crest on his shirt, and he has R2-D2.
Yeah.
Is he in custody? What's the situation? I just need to know.
Mics are going to be live.
I know. They way back.
You're like, what is he wearing?
No, I was joking. It's fine.
What's going on Facebook? Whatever you said.
Yeah. I had a valid question.
Right
Why is
back.
he wearing an Imperial Crest if he has R2-D2 with him? I guess R2-D2's in trouble. It's the only explanation.
Oh, my Facebook is down. It's like
Oh, it's updating.
slowly.
Output. Input. That's good. All right, good. That's working. Awesome. There's my forehead. All right. Are we excited?
Mm-hmm.
We're so excited.
We're so excited. Are they letting people in? I think they're letting
It's looking
people
that
in.
way.
Ooh. We'll wave at everyone. I know. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Young Innovators Fair. We are This Week in Science, and we are here to talk about science all weekend long. We are a program that brings science to you on a weekly basis every Wednesday night at 8 p.m. I don't know how loud we are here, but how you doing? How's it going, Blair?
Good,
Hi,
good,
Justin.
Hi, I'm so excited to be here. I love science. I love teaching about science. That's why we do what we do. And young people are the future, as they say. So I'm stoked.
As they say.
As they say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We used to be the future, but now we're just the present.
We're just the present now.
and
yeah.
it's the children now, younger people than us, who are now the future.
Well,
So,
I hope
oddly, we're both here at the same time.
we're
It's
all here at the same time. And what I'm hoping is that we'll get a chance to speak with some of these young innovators, some of these young people who are excited to get their hands on science this weekend, and some of the adults who have brought science here this weekend to find out so many wonderful scientific ideas. Moving forward, and we are going to be fighting with music.
Yeah. For real. I think
Right
we
now-
might have to have some karaoke later.
We might have to have some karaoke. Absolutely. So we were invited to the Young Innovators Fair to bring out the joys of science, to do what we do weekly, to talk about science. So that's what we're going to be doing all weekend long. We are going to be discussing really interesting, exciting science stories. And we're also going to be talking with people who are running around here. This Week in Science is a very fun program. I want you to believe it. Okay, I got to get them to turn it down.
Should we ask someone from the fair, or should I go over and talk to them?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me
If
go
you
talk
can.
to the information booth.
Okay, Blair's going to go take care of some things. Take care of some business. But we can grab people and see if they want to come up and say hi and tell us what they're all excited about. Run into the science things. There are a bunch of people coming in, young, inspired enthusiasts who are coming into the Innovators Fair. I'm watching them wander in, walking over to all of the exhibits and displays that are currently out right now. Everybody's pretty excited. Everyone's got smiles on their faces. They're interested in what they're doing, excited about what is in store for them for science today. I'm going to go grab somebody.
A moment ago, I saw R2-D2 wandering around on his own.
Yeah, don't look now. There's
If
a
you
stormtrooper
see
behind
them,
you, Justin.
please alert them. There are stormtroopers also
Yeah.
present currently. If you see R2, give them a heads up.
Yeah, it was. I think Blair just asked them to turn it down a little bit because it was kind of overpowering.
We're good.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Thanks.
Cool. So I saw that we have the educators experience over here. I love all the alliteration in all the different zones this weekend. I'm pretty excited. We have robots over there. We have the biology blitz. I don't remember what it was called. Over in the back room. I am so excited to run around and visit with all of the scientists that are here. So on This Week in Science, we have guests on often who have research coming out or books coming out about their research. So we're always interested to kind of dig deeper and see the story behind the story, so that when you read those articles on the internet about the latest scientific discoveries, we can kind of talk about the implications of those studies and what's next in science. So hopefully today and tomorrow we'll get to talk to some of the researchers around the fair, and we can talk to them about what's coming up in science, because that's really, I think, what this weekend is about, is what's coming.
What's coming, and part of the name of this event, the Young Innovators Fair, is there's a lot of innovations going on in robotics, in 3D printing, in biology, so much innovation, and that is really what's going to build the basis for the next steps in science and technology.
Yeah.
Hi there, how are you doing? I'm waving at you. Are you excited for your day today? Yes.
Us too.
Awesome, we're excited also.
I know. I certainly wish there was stuff like this around when I was a kid. I remember science when I was in school meant putting a lima bean in a plastic bag and watching it grow. So science has a lot more to offer these days, and it's pretty exciting.
Yeah, so I was going to ask you guys, do you remember about science growing up? I mean, when we were young, it's that I remember we had in the classroom a little bit, but not a lot. Really a lot of class, those little classroom experiments, but there was usually from 6th grade onward a science fair that everybody had to prepare for. Yeah. But there were no events like this. There were only in the California area, there was the Exploratorium, which was one museum, one science museum that you could go to. And then maybe there was the planetarium and that was it. Yeah,
I'm very happy that science is no longer only associated with the smell of formaldehyde. A pasty-looking frog on a dissecting table.
Right.
That was kind of it.
That was it. It was that smell of formaldehyde that most people, everybody remembers that. Let's dissect something.
Right. Which that's biology, right? And everything was so siloed, too, when I was a kid. Biology was biology. Math was math. Engineering was engineering. It was all very separate. And I think that's really what makes right now so exciting, is that things aren't as siloed as they used to be. You have to be somewhat familiar with tech to do pretty much any science now. And it's a lot easier to recognize how those different disciplines play together. Also, STEAM didn't exist when I was a kid. And I don't think it was even called STEM yet. But the idea of incorporating arts into science is a huge part of what we do. Obviously, we're in the performing arts, so it's fantastic to see this kind of interdisciplinary approach, and it's also really fantastic to see teachers embracing the use of nonprofits and environmental education facilities like the California Academy of Sciences that we had when we were kids. But now, pretty much, if you go anywhere, there are zoos, aquariums, science set museums. All of those things kind of can play together to bring science to classrooms, even if the teacher isn't super comfortable teaching it, which happens.
It absolutely does. And that does happen, especially in the younger grades where people are trained to be generalists as teachers. They're not trained to be science specialists. And so in the early years, when it's really important to inspire kids to start asking questions, if a teacher or an educator feels uncomfortable with the subject matter, it's going to be really hard for them to inspire. So here at the Young Innovators Fair, there's actually an educator's experience here to help educators get a little bit more comfortable, to learn a few new ideas that they can take back with them to their classrooms, to be able to help get their young students to be inspired, to grow, and to potentially innovate themselves.
Yeah. And then with the new next generation science standards, the thing that I love about these new science standards is not only the multidisciplinary approach, but that it's all supposed to be practical and towards an actual goal. So you're not doing a scientific experiment, doing your hypothesis and then your observation and then your procedure and all of these things kind of in a cut and dried approach. The year is actually an arc where you start with a problem, you design a solution, and you test a solution over the school year, which is why we do science, right? So this is actually using techniques to solve a real problem in a classroom, which empowers kids to then use science when they grow up, I would think.
Because science is a tool. It's not a belief system. It's it's a tool, and there are, right? It's a procedure, a set of steps that you can use to investigate the world, to be able to answer questions, and to be able to get rid of hypotheses. You know, like, oh, that didn't work out. Let's change our view of how something works and ask new questions. Let's innovate in the way that, and be creative in the way that we ask questions, in the way that we actually start designing experiments. I mean, we talk all the time about animal intelligence on the show, and there's always, you know, the story where we're like, oh, this bird species is smarter than we thought it was. This one has, you know, more abilities than we thought it did. And the reason that we find that out is because someone figured out a way to ask the question in a different and new way.
Right. Yeah, and one of the best ways you can pass that sort of ability on to the next generation is not by having all the answers, not giving kids the answers. Actually, my kids think I'm basically an idiot. They think I know nothing, because whenever we come up against a problem, I act like there couldn't possibly be a solution, and I let them come up with their own. Right?
That's fantastic.
That's awesome.
You're raising little scientists.
They'll have no respect for me and my intelligence, but they'll be brilliant young people, and that's what really
they'll
counts.
find out much later that you were actually teaching them a valuable lesson. And actually, Dad knew everything the whole time. Yeah, he was actually a genius.
Well, that's how they used to teach science. Here's all the answers.
Yeah.
Memorize them, apply them when you get the proper question. And actually, that's not the best way to teach science. The best way to teach science is to show them problems and have people work on coming up with their own solutions. See what works, see what doesn't.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, I think also it's important to remember, I mean, we talk about every week on the show recent discoveries in science, right? But there are all these different areas of science that don't involve an actual discovery. Figuring out methodology. Figuring out that old methodology doesn't work is actually a really important scientific discovery. And then also hypothesis, proving that this hypothesis didn't work, like you were talking about before. Ruling out an option is actually really important science.
Yeah, science, the scientific method isn't about proving things. It's about disproving things.
Exactly,
and that's one of the misconceptions that so many people have. I mean, you talk about the way media science. It's science proved that. You know, science proved this. And it's the reality is science hasn't ever proved anything. There's nothing proven.
Yeah.
I mean, you can do a mathematical proof. You disprove. You hack things away so that you get closer and closer and closer to the correct answer.
There were a lot of faulty bridges built when we kind of figured out, this is how you go about this.
Arches are really strong.
Arches,
Yeah.
The pyramid shape.
Maybe some sort of
Oh.
suspension system would help.
Right, maybe suspension. Oh. Yeah, all those poor early primates
Yeah.
falling in the ravines as they were trying to put together their rope bridges.
Wait a second.
Yeah. Do you guys want to come up here and talk with us? Join us. Come up. We've got some stairs over here. Come on up. You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
What are we going to talk about?
Thank you.
All right. So what is your name?
My name's Steve Isaacs.
And what's your name?
I'm Grace.
Grace. So what brings you to the Young Innovators Fair today?
Actually, one of the producers for MineFaire, which was one of our other shows, and we've been very involved in a lot of these productions. In fact, actually, with this group from coming to the first Young Innovators Fair, where my daughter Leia, not this one, my other daughter, and I presented at that event, and then we just had such a great time and got community and such.
My child would be very, very interested in your MineFaire event. He loves Minecraft.
Oh,
Yeah, he's very excited. Yeah, he's excited. He's going to go see Dan TDM.
Oh, he is.
Yes, we live in Portland, Oregon, and Dan TDM is coming through, and he and his brother are very excited.
Yes, I'm
It's
sure.
just thrilled. So Minecraft has some science based in it. Can you
Oh,
explain a
absolutely.
bit about how science and Minecraft are connected?
Sure. So one of the coolest things in Minecraft is the use of something called redstone. And redstone allows you to automate functions and to build circuits and all kinds of engineering. So I'm a teacher and I teach game design and have my kids use Minecraft pretty extensively. And having them redstone and actually design them and build them, I mean, it's pure science. Absolutely.
Things in Minecraft?
No.
No. You're like, no.
My children won't play Minecraft.
I mean, I walked around a little bit in the world over there, but that was it.
So are you interested in science?
Sometimes.
Well, I think that's a really important answer. I mean, there's a lot having to do with how it applies to you and your life and your own personal interests.
I mean, I liked biology and physics more than chemistry because, for me, chemistry was kind of hard to put into real because it didn't feel real, so it didn't click in my head. But yeah.
Yeah. So there,
Am I not talking into it?
in Minecraft, there is actually a chemistry organization that have created a chemistry world where you can walk through molecules and you can investigate how they're built and all of the bonds between the different atoms in the molecules to be able to understand get a better visualization of what they are, and then potentially be able to put together that structure and how it relates to function.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe something a little bit more tangible. I mean, chemistry is thing. It's really small, and yeah.
True.
Could think about chemistry. What's your favorite chemical?
I don't even know.
Talk into the microphone.
I don't even know. I don't remember anything.
Maybe we can talk about physics.
Do you like breathing?
Yeah, I like to breathe.
Yeah.
There's oxygen.
Oxygen. How's
There we
that?
go.
Yeah. There's a wonderful mixture
It's a
of
good
chemicals.
It's a good one to have.
H2O.
Yeah.
It's another fabulous chemical. There we go. Molecule that works.
Caffeine. I like caffeine.
I like
as a molecule.
caffeine. I'm running on caffeine at the moment.
Yeah.
Eventually, I'm going to need to refill my caffeine stores.
One of those shirts that has the chemical breakdown of caffeine. I see those often.
My mug at work is a beaker with a handle on it and has the caffeine molecule on it.
So let's talk about physics. Have you launched rockets? Do you like dropping eggs off of roofs of buildings?
Oh, I did do an egg drop lab. I had we had to construct, like, it was actually like the shape of the microphone stand, and we had like kind of, I don't know what to call it, like a little chamber in the middle that held the egg, and then we had to drop it from like our atrium above the stairs in our school. Teacher said it broke, but I didn't really think it did.
I mean, either it breaks or it doesn't break.
Yeah,
Was there yolk and
No, it fell out, but like it fell out of like our contraption, but it didn't like go all over the place.
Ah.
So I think he was just messing with us. But
So this is the question. What did you learn from the egg drop?
yes,
like, well, my class did like a trampoline, so like that like helped keep it safe. And then ours was out of straws, so we had to just like keep like making it more sturdy to make it work.
Iteration.
Yeah.
iteration.
Yeah.
Do you use iteration at all in your daily life?
Well, iteration is my favorite word in the English language, actually.
Of course.
That's great.
Again, teaching game design, the iterative design process is what I focus everything in life. Yes, it's all about iteration. Everything's about iteration, right? Try, improve, try again.
Design. Is there a science of game design?
I mean, there's systems involved, and I mean, it's interesting because it uses the same. There's definitely science in the design process. I mean, design thinking is all science, so it's all about, But again, it goes back to kind of that iteration. I'm trying to think. I mean, the computer science aspect for sure. So in the case where my kids are creating digital games, they're incorporating all of that. They're incorporating a lot of coding. So yeah, absolutely.
Do you teach much or think much about like the psychology of games? People are talking a lot now about, there's games like Candy Crush, or even if not a game, but our social platforms like Facebook and Twitter, the way that they design their algorithms is meant to keep you scrolling, kind of like a slot machine is meant to keep you pulling on that slot.
A lot of what my kids are supposed to strive for is replayability in their games. So a lot of that is kind of that, but it all is based on like the ramp of difficulty, and so that's a really interesting thing for my kids to try to go through, is figuring out, okay, so we want it to be challenging, but we want people to build their confidence, which is a lot of psychology, and then get to this point. Like the best thing you could do in a game for the end user is to have them getting to that point where they don't complete something, but have that feeling like, if I try it one more time, I know I can do it. And then that one more time, even if it's 10,000 times, but without getting them to that point of frustration. So there's a whole lot of that. And the games like Candy Crush and all that, it's really amazing when the push and pull of getting you back, collect your log in each day and all that. I don't overly encourage that kind of piece of it, but the idea of wanting people to be engaged and to want to keep playing, absolutely.
I think I'm like the game designer's worst customer, because I'm just not, or best, because I have absolutely, I don't have a gambling mentality. I don't get stuck in it. I don't follow the carrot. I don't keep going. I'm like, okay, I played it twice, I'm done.
Yeah.
I have 15 minutes, I'm done.
The way you're describing that, though, is something that really could inform the system. Because, and that's what the education system has been moving towards, but gaming kind of got it right off the bat.
Yeah.
Here's a challenge. Take a run at it. Hey, it didn't work. Now you got a little bit of a look at it. Let's go again.
Yeah.
Yeah, and failure, learning through failure. Like, it's so funny how we have these weird perceptions of failure, but in games, failure is part of it, and that's where the learning happens. Quite honestly, we need to generalize that notion of failure as being part of, in science, look at what you were talking before about how many bridges completely failed before we had it right? Without failure to happen, we were nowhere, right? So, that part, and yet we still have this weird kind of love-hate relationship with failure. But in science, I think it's
in
integral.
science, and it's got to be in programming too. Put the language. It's a lot of trial and error. Something new. You see if it works,
right?
And if maybe it works a little bit, but then at some point fails, you go in and you drill down on that and see how you can fix it.
Yeah.
Do you think your teachers are using any kind of game ideas in your classrooms? Is there anything that makes you think like, oh, my teacher's trying to make this be, something I'm aiming for?
Well, like for some of my labs in physics this year, we would do there was I don't know what website it was, but we did play games for the labs to try to get a better sense of it, because it wasn't something that he could really bring into the classroom. So we did that a lot. And last year in chemistry for building molecules and stuff, we would he had it was a physical game, not a computer game, but we would build them ourselves just to actually see it. So
Nice.
yeah.
Games and education. It's really good. What are you excited about seeing here today? Anything that you're interested in particularly?
The maker labs look really cool, that whole area.
We're going to be stuck here a lot. I want to run around and see so much stuff here. What are you interested in seeing?
There's a guy right now on the stage showing some drones and things, and that's super cool. I also am excited about the makerspace. They have some virtual. They have some neat Lego tables that were designed and built that I think so it'll be an interesting combination of people having fun with Legos, but also kind of getting, this was kind of neat how they designed, this press, that's
I know a lot of robot stuff too.
Yeah. And one of the presentations too is the Girl Scouts who have a robotics team, and they'll be talking and stuff. So that's exciting.
I want to see all these things. We have to run around and tell them to come. We have to come around and go grab people and bring them here. We need to bring them here for conversations. Yes, we're going to be live here all day long.
For all 8 hours.
I'm going to have no voice by the end of the weekend.
I packed a lot of cough drops for this trip.
I need to get my water lozenges.
Yes, send us the scientists as you guys walk around. We would love to speak with them. Send us more scientists. Yes.
Yeah, if you find anybody interesting, say, hey, you should head on over to This Week in Science. Come talk to them.
I'm happy to talk to people all day, all weekend. I'll send people over.
I am. We are. We want to hear all the stories.
That's perfect. That's awesome. We'll send people. Yeah, we'll bring my wife over, and we'll bring all sorts of people. I'll get people over.
Yes, this is what we need. We need our envoys.
Yes.
Tell everyone the message.
The TWIS stage is where it's at. So
that's right.
Are you effectively live streaming then the whole event, or are you recording? Yeah.
We're gonna see how long the internet works and how well it works. We're on Facebook Live. We're also on a Google Hangout also. So we're on YouTube Live.
So I can also tweet those links out.
Yes. And if you're watching right now, you can tweet the links out. You can share the Facebook links. You can try to get it out there for C as well.
Okay. Yeah. So, and I was looking for you on Twitter. Do you have a Twitter? Oh, there it is. It is This Week in Science.
So Facebook is This Week in Science.
Okay.
Twitter is @TWIS. It's TWISCIENS. TWIS Science. TWIS Science.
Got it.
TWI Science.
TWI Science. That's
right.
Twitter.
All right.
Yes, This Week in Science on Facebook, and then.
And are those the links to the streams going out to Twitter as well? I mean, I'll throw them there as well. But can we see those links from your Twitter?
Yes, so I'm putting them out on our Twitter as well, so that hopefully the links are out there and you can just retweet,
Awesome.
share, and reshare.
We will do that. That's awesome.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Go enjoy the rest of the show. Have
Thanks
fun.
for having us.
You're welcome. Thank you for joining us. You're welcome. All right, you guys. That was fun.
Justin, get back up here. Stop slacking.
I'm going to bring Justin back up. We do need to start during our wanders. It's now 9:30 a.m. We've been here for so far, but we've been broadcasting for about a half hour, and we will continue broadcasting for the rest of the day. But we are still enjoying watching some of the VIPs coming in. We got early access to the show this morning, so they get a chance to see things for a little while before the crush of madness begins.
That's right.
Yeah, I kind of like the handheld mic thing.
Yeah, it's more comfy. You feel more relaxed.
Blair likes to be a little bit more relaxed,
You know.
as opposed to tense. I'm uptight. I've had a lot of coffee. I'm sitting in front of the
never
microphone.
tense.
Here we
I
go.
don't know what you're talking about, Kiki. I'm just the most laid back, quiet, mellow individual. Listeners of the show can definitely
Tell me this again.
attest.
Yeah. So we are going to be battling all sorts of audio through the day. Let us know how it's going in terms of sound. I know the Facebook feed is probably decent audio, a decent video, but I don't know
Yeah.
how the audio is. We'd love to know how it looks, how it sounds on the various streams. So tweet us. You can also, if you want to watch the feed, you can go to twis.org/YouTube. twis.org/YouTube is where you can also join our chat room. If you're online, you can talk with other people who are in the chat room if there are any people there.
Yeah, you can just go to any Freenode carrier. Also, the chat room name is TWIS. So
I'm gonna do.
We're all on
I'm gonna
chat.
do a little tweet.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
you
send
tweet
something.
that.
I gotta send out a message.
Yes, the Kiki bird makes a tweet sound.
Tweet, tweet, tweet.
Tweet, tweet.
Quotes.
Justin, you see anything good this morning yet?
Yeah, this is actually one that you may like.
Of course.
Yeah, there's a group of scientists who are considering adding little tags to the names of extinct that we bring back.
Explain.
Doing what? Explain this.
So instead of just the woolly mammoth by its classical scientific definition,
Right.
they would create a new name for it.
This
A tag.
shouldn't be
They
here
would-
right now?
Yeah,
Is that what it's called?
woolly mammoth 2.0 or whatever.
Woolly mammoth, I feel awkward. Where do I even go? Yeah, explain some more what that means.
Microphones too close together.
They want to determine how much extinct DNA in the living animal's genome qualifies. Also, they may not,
The
whether it's a
species name would be
hybrid, because
different?
they're going to be hybrids, because we're not going to
Right,
have,
because you have to gestate it in an elephant.
right.
Yeah.
About mammoths. for
Right,
example.
that's our example item. Right. So yes, if we're bringing
So
back
if-
the mammoth,
they're
and
saying if
it's
the
going to
new-
be
if the-
genetically partially an elephant.
Right. So they're saying the new species is basically what would be creating would
Okay.
need a new scientific name completely. You can't just use the extinct name. They want to make sure we've got that point of differentiation.
That makes sense. At first, I thought you were saying that just if we brought back an extinct animal, that you would change the name, which doesn't really make sense because genetically it'd be the same. But if you are making genetic alterations, that makes sense. Definitely. Especially if it's a hybrid.
Wait, what?
So,
Genetically modifying the mammoth that they're trying to bring back to life?
well, because you have to, right?
I know.
So even if you had a perfectly pristine woolly mammoth zygote,
Specimen that
right?
So you've gotten DNA from a bone
Right.
or a hair follicle that's
And you-
preserved, and then you
make a sperm and you make an egg somehow, and you
Right.
make a zygote. You still have to put that in an elephant. Means that during the process of growing, they won't end up purely woolly mammoth. There will be some contamination.
And they're also suggesting this for backbreeding, where you're taking a creature that used to be here on the planet as its own species and has over years crossbred to the point where it no longer really exists, and trying to rebreed it back into existence with pairs of its crossbred members.
So isn't this how they saved, what was it, cheetahs, right? Didn't they incorporate
Was it cheetahs? I don't know.
different gonna look, but I think
Blair's got to look things up. We got to reference these things.
I think they introduced DNA from a close relative to kind of broaden the gene pool, but I'm not. Let's see. I'm not sure.
Was it? Yeah, because the cheetah population is declining, and so they wanted to.
Yeah, at one point they only had, I think, 50 individuals
Of this particular type of cheetah, because cheetahs aren't that endangered.
I think at one point there were only 50 wild cheetahs. Period.
Okay,
Really?
go to the Google.
I know. I'm looking. So, according to the Cheetah Conservation Fund, it's been bred in North American zoological facilities since 1956. It's grown to about 200 animals. That's the grown amount. From 1982 to 1986, the captive birth rate declined by 50% because of a low frequency of breeding individuals. So what they did is, yeah, they've had a huge drop in the success of breeding in American zoos. It's very interesting. So let's see, genetic diversity. Because they have so few cheetahs, right? Even now, there's only 200 in zoos. Their genetic diversity is really low. Risk for environmental variability to cheetah population is high because if anything changes in the environment, there's no gene pool to kind of allow for adjustment to that, right?
Right. Yeah, this is the problem with population bottlenecks, where a population ends up basically isolated in the fact that there are not enough individuals to allow for that diversification, the natural diversification of the genome to take place.
Is that a specific type of cheetah though? Because according to National Geographic, there's 7,100 of the big cats in the wild.
Okay, so it might have been a specific.
It's probably a subspecies
yeah.
or a specific group. Yeah. Oh, looks like we have some people. Hi. Oh, it's First Robotics, maybe? Yes. Okay, we're gonna have a chat. Blair can do a little bit of background research, and we will chat with these young robot makers, roboticists. Thank you. This is wonderful. We've got envoys to the world. I love it.
You're on Facebook networking.
So, here, as we set this up, give you a microphone. You have to talk with it fairly close to your mouth. So, yeah. Thank you. All right. So, tell me who you are.
My name's Ian.
Ian.
And I'm Laura.
And Laura. And where are you from?
Downingtown, Pennsylvania.
All right. And what are you here for?
The First Robotics team, Team 1640, and we build a robot each year for a competition, part of First.
Yeah. So we're an organization known as First that runs a few different levels. We're in the high school level.
Okay.
And what we do is we have 6 weeks to design and build a robot that competes against teams from across the world. This year, we made it to the World Championship and actually won our division, so made it out of the playoffs onto the final field, which was really exciting.
Wow, that is so exciting. So where were the World Championships this year?
It was in St. Louis this year.
Okay, so you didn't travel to someplace far off, far away? No.
No, it was still in the U.S., but it was a lot of fun.
So what kind of robot did you build? Like what was the designs? What was the design challenge? And then what for your engineering, how you designed it?
This year, the challenge involved a few hours was shooting wiffle ball sized objects into a basketball net type structure. And so we had to figure out how to get those into our robot and then how to direct them to a shooter. And then that shooter had to shoot them into the 8-foot tall object.
Wow. Okay.
The other half of the game was to take plastic gears about this big from one side of the field and deliver it to the other side without dropping it. Since there are 6 robots on the field at a time, 2 of which the other 3 are your opponents, you're smacking into robots. So your robot has to be well put together, and you have to be secure enough that you won't drop the gear.
Yeah. And so was it the same robot that had to do both of these challenges?
Yes.
Yes.
So one robot to do multiple, this is a multi-purpose robot.
And we actually climb a rope, which is pretty exciting. We use Velcro to latch on and then climb to the top.
I'm sure that robot can climb a rope much better than I can.
It's pretty fast, about 5 seconds.
You guys have any competitions? Human get 2 ropes, person versus robot. Who will win?
Not yet, but that's a good idea.
I mean, that's kind of the challenge right now. We've got Google. It's deep learning beating has beat the Go champion of the world. So we've got AI that's starting to beat people. Will they beat us at rope climbing?
Maybe.
Maybe.
It's pretty fast.
All right. So your bot has to have a launching mechanism. Has to be accurate in how it throws these balls. It also has to be able to throw a very specific kind of ball, kind of a lightweight, as opposed to, and kind of unpredictable in the way it flies, as opposed to, I don't know, thing that would be more solid and have a straighter, truer trajectory. Exactly. Then you also have to, and then the gears, you have to have some kind of pinching mechanism or lifting mechanism. And then durability. So you've got this accuracy and kind of lightweight control, and then it has to be strong.
Exactly. One of the things we do for accuracy is we have 2 cameras on our robot that can see the target and automatically line up. That way the drivers don't have to do it,
Nice.
Which is helpful because it's faster and a lot more accurate.
Absolutely. So that's a really good way to solve that problem, because the driver can put the robot in the right position, but then if the robot can actually help or solve that part of the problem, it's going to humans and robots working together.
Yes. The other really cool thing about our robot that is pretty unique to our team is our drivetrain. So each wheel can actually spin independently. So we can drive sideways, we can spin while moving, go at pretty much any angle we want, which is really, when we're opposing defense, we can just go right around them as opposed to having to spin the whole robot. So
yeah,
it's a lot of work. Takes about a week for us to build each wheel, but it's definitely worth it.
6 weeks from when you get the challenge to the first competition.
Yeah,
Yes.
After 6 weeks, the robot goes in a bag and we can't touch it anymore. So one of the things we do is we
Wow.
actually build a second identical robot that we can keep playing with. So in 6 weeks, we actually build 2 robots. Yes.
So how after school, or do you have a program during school, or is it just after school? What is your time commitment during these 6 weeks?
Is after school. Our team does 3 hours each weekday, and then weekends we do a little bit more like 7 hours on a weekend.
Wow.
Not everyone comes every day, but it's open every day for us to do work, and we are working every day.
You would have to be. I'm just imagining, I'm just thinking about how much time each of the components and putting the robot together, how much time that would take. And then once you've got it all put together, you have to make it work together as a cohesive unit.
Mm-hmm. And we're certainly, even throughout the competitions, we're improving different things. So even though we only have 6 weeks to build, we have a lot longer to keep improving it.
What got you guys interested in robotics and being a part of this competition? Start.
For me, it started in 8th grade. I got exposed to the beginner level of FIRST, which is First Lego League. There was a team at my school, and I joined it, and from there I've been hooked. So
awesome.
For me, back in 5th grade, I also joined First Lego League, which was a great intro because you learn a lot of things that apply later on. So a lot of the sensors you use and the programming is all very relevant. Even though it's out of Legos, you still learn a lot about building and gear ratios and how to build a robust robot. And then from there, we were both on the same team, and we made it to the World Championship that year too. and saw the team that we were about to join. And from there, we met them and joined with them.
That's so exciting. So this is kind of a long-term, since you were younger, and you're really, is this something that you want to keep going with? Do you think it'll be a fun pastime for you, or is this driving your interest in what you want to do with in your future?
Well, for me, I'm planning on majoring in robotics engineering.
Okay.
So it's certainly what I hope to do for my career.
For me, actually, and I'll also be continue my involvement in FIRST programs after high school.
So this kind of competition where it's a robot built for a particular challenge, and it's, you're playing basketball basically, you're lifting up some things. It's a very mechanical robot. What kind of robot applications are you potentially interested in working on?
Well, one of the things that I find really cool are like the humanoid robots. The ones, like, for example, they have ones that they're developing for responses to, like, replacing firefighters so that we're not risking firefighters' lives.
Yeah.
Things like that are similar in the way that they're very mechanical and there's a lot going into it. And they also have, some really in-depth programming that works with, just like our cameras, that works with software and with people. So that application would be very interesting to me.
I also think the autonomous aspect of robots is very interesting. With driving, with the self-driving cars, and it's just a very new field that is constantly developing, and I think it's really interesting where it'll go.
Yeah, I have a friend who worked on Google's self-driving car. He loved every minute of working with them, and then he left and joined a company called Otto, which created the first self-driving semi-trucks. And
Nice.
so he is having the time of his life, playing with cars and making them drive by themselves. You know, so it's like he came from the direction. That's how this aspect, from the robotic aspect, working on cars, working on planes, working on all sorts of aspects. Vacuum cleaners, we've got Roombas.
True.
I need a mop. So you guys, can you make me a bot that will mop my house? I don't need the vacuum cleaner. I want the thing that
That's certainly possible. And that's one of the things I love about FIRST is, like they say, every kid can go pro. So it's one of the only extracurriculars where everyone has an opportunity to go into some sort of, there's over $50 million in scholarships available to FIRST students. So it really is something that can shape your future, even if you don't go into robotics specifically, but some sort of engineering or STEM or business or things like that. Our team has an outreach team that runs our social media. They set up our demos. They do our fundraising.
is this all kids? Is it all of everybody who's part of the team, like, takes on a role in the organization doing these jobs?
Yes. So we have some mentors that help us. Then besides that, simple. We have corporate sponsors, and Boeing and Lockheed Martin, Comcast, Arkema, to fund the robot because it can be quite expensive.
Yeah.
So reach out to them and try and get as many sponsors and improve our fundraising. That's one aspect of our team. So more than just the robot.
You guys are going to go out into the world after high school so well prepared. You're going to be like, I could be your social media expert. I'll be your fundraiser. I'll be your office manager, your business manager. And I'll build your office robots. It's all good. You're going to be prepared for anything. Mm-hmm. This is just fabulous.
Yeah. It's an amazing program. And what's great is it's all across the world. So students are doing this everywhere. There's against teams from China, from Canada, from Israel, from Australia. So it's really something that's very widespread that, we're always trying to get more students involved because it's just an amazing program.
All right. So today and this weekend, what are you doing here at the fair? What's your agenda and your schedule?
So we brought our robots. So we're over there driving it around, shooting some balls, delivering the gears. So we'll be here the rest of the day. So, we're hoping to get as many students to see the program and whether they're, in middle school age for the FLL, for the First Lego League, I get them involved in that. If they're high school age, then certainly get them involved in one of their local teams. There's other middle school, high school programs involved, so we have all of them over there demoing. So we're just trying to get as many involved as possible.
Great. So just throughout the day, you're going to be demoing, talking to people, and
You can come, you can see the robot, watch it run.
excited. I will have to come by. I'm going to take breaks occasionally so that we can run and see things and meet people.
Yeah,
So
definitely come by.
I'll have to come shake your robot's hand. I mean,
Is there anything that you guys are really excited to see this weekend?
I'm excited to see a lot of the exhibits. I haven't looked too much into what all the options are, but walking around, I've seen a lot of things that I want to stop by and get a little bit more of a in-depth glance at. So
Nice. Excellent.
yeah. Well, thank you so much for joining us up here. And I hope that you have a great weekend and that your robot does wonderful demonstrations and inspires many more youth.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thanks. All right, everybody. This is This Week in Science, and we are at the Young Innovators Fair. We were just speaking with some wonderful, inspiring high school students who are a part of the First Robotics program. I'm speaking with
Wow, that sounds
well-spoken
so
young
cool.
people. Oh my goodness, it just inspires me so much. It makes me hopeful about the future of our world.
Although I could tell by Blair's expressions, he's a little bit afraid of the autonomous semi.
I'm not afraid of autonomous vehicles. I don't know what you're talking about. It's when the robot overlords come, I'll be just so happy about it. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, my one fear about the autonomous robot thing, driving cars, is that I'm going to be stuck in traffic one day and totally frustrated with how many cars are on the road. And I'm going to look to the left and look to the right and in front and behind, and there's going to be all these cars on the road with nobody in them. Human actually on the road.
So that's the thing.
That's not. Why would we just send cars? We
Because
want
they could go
why
to
would
get
you
people,
why would
yeah.
you bother going to get the oil change
Yeah.
yourself when you can just send the car?
Right. So
Why go to the
here's the
grocery
thing, though.
store? Somebody can just throw it in the trunk.
What has to happen and what is supposed to happen with the autonomous vehicles, with the self-driving cars, is that they will make infrastructure that streamlines things. So essentially, it'll basically be like you're in a train, because it'll be on a track or a road where it'll be just for those sorts of things, going at a specific speed, yielding to each other in a specific way. It'll be a well-oiled machine, but you'll just be in your own little pod, aka your car. So it's kind of our way of getting to public transit, but keeping all of the autonomy that we want, which is why we have cars, right? So if the infrastructure works properly, so that instead of a carpool lane, you now have an autonomous vehicle lane, the cars will drive in a specific way so that there should not be traffic.
No, I totally disagree. I think there's going to be way more cars on the road.
There will, but you have to make the right infrastructure, and then it won't be as big of a problem. Because sometimes your traffic jam is because one person hit the brakes for the wrong reason,
Right.
5 miles up, right? And then it's this domino effect. So
Right.
if you have
And so-
computers doing this, in theory, you're stopping, you're starting smoothly, you're
Yep.
yielding to people the way you're supposed to, you're going a specific speed, you can read
Yeah,
based
they'll
on
be
a
going-
network where other cars are ahead of time.
And all the cars will be going the speed limit.
They will all.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, so you're going to get
Oh,
there
no.
exactly in as long as Google tells you it's going to take.
This is
Exactly.
terrible.
Yeah.
No speeding, Justin. No more speeding.
So,
So
one interesting thing about autonomous vehicles, I read a post by a roboticist from Stanford University who tested out a Tesla in autonomous mode. And they drove this car in autonomous mode on windy roads. They went up California's Highway 1. Along Highway 1, they encountered people riding bicycles. And what they found when they analyzed the data from the vehicle, from the drive, is that the vehicle does really well at identifying people, really well at identifying bicycles, actually identifying what is in the road. So
Right.
the vehicle identifies that there is something moving at a slower speed at a location in the road, but it is not yet good enough at knowing what that thing is. And so
Yeah.
the improvements that still need to be made to the AI system, the algorithms of these kinds of vehicles, is actual identification
Right.
of potential threats.
Right, absolutely. And that's where this kind of bridge in the middle works so well, is the Tesla and things like that have an autonomous mode where you still have a steering wheel, you still have pedals, they still want you to have your hands on the wheel. If you take your hands off the wheel for too long, it yells at you. So in theory, having all of that is basically just a data farm for the next, I don't know, decade. They're going to collect all of this information from real life experience and be able to make a much more effective autonomous vehicle.
And Honda's already doing this. Honda vehicles, actually there's a number of vehicles out there that can. They got forward-facing cameras that can see the lanes. They can track with camera and radar a vehicle in front and trail it all the way down to a stop. They can match speeds with the vehicle ahead, keep distances. But this is for, if it's just on the highway, then it's no problem. But like Kiki says, you get off the highway, you get into the city streets, there's bicycles, there's pedestrians, there's all these other things that the AI isn't quite yet capable of tracking.
Yeah.
Can we speak with the Stormtroopers?
Oh yeah.
There are Stormtroopers here. Can we speak to the Stormtroopers? Come up on stage, please. Bring them up. Bring them up, Justin. What?
I'm on duty here.
You're on duty. Oh.
Apologize. Give a little later.
All right,
Okay.
everyone, the Stormtroopers are. Wait, hold on. I got to turn this around.
Get our duty and let them know.
Oh, I saw it a little bit ago.
No, we didn't. No.
Yeah, we will live stream. You're on camera.
Oh, it's coming up.
No, I can't sit down, my friend. What am I looking at?
Right there. Camera's there.
Oh, wow. You guys have it all.
All right, tell us what the Stormtroopers are doing here at the fair.
We're doing a Blaster Trooper for charity for Toys for Tots. So come on back to the back wall. There's a bunch of characters and get a couple pictures, blast a couple troopers, and donate to charity.
So we actually get to blast Stormtroopers?
That is correct.
I've always had a question. Why do Stormtroopers wear armor if it doesn't seem like it actually does any good?
That is a good question. Our union rep has been asking that to Lord Vader himself. But it just looks cool.
It does look cool. Is it a comfortable outfit there? You got a lot of freedom of movement. You feel like you can take on the R2 unit if you need to?
So comfortable. Let me tell you, I can do barrel rolls and everything in this bad boy. Jump and everything. So it's very comfortable. The Empire provides for us, and it's good stuff.
The Empire provides. and you're his guard?
Yes, I'm Imperial Skinny Crew from the Empire Strikes Back.
Oh dear, this is intimidating me a little bit. Who did we see? We saw Stormtroopers in Baltimore, Stormtroopers now in Philadelphia. The Stormtroopers and the Imperial Guard are all over the East Coast.
It's almost like they're following you, Kiki.
If you are around June 21st, we'll be at the Phillies game.
Oh, the Phillies game. Awesome.
Wednesday night.
It's the baseball game.
That was wonderful. All right, thank you very much. Have fun.
Great. You guys have fun.
Blast a trooper for charity, everybody.
So I have a cheetah update. I actually did my little research. I have an answer to the questions about the cheetahs. Justin, did you want to hear about the cheetahs?
Let's talk cheetahs,
So
lady.
there were 50 cheetahs in Iran. So the Iranian subpopulation, there was only 50 left. What I was thinking about was the Florida panther. So the Florida panther, there were only 30 of them left in the 1990s. And then what they did is they actually took 8 female pumas, mountain lions, whatever you want to call them, and they used them to, female pumas from Texas. They used them to kind of inject new genetics into the Florida panther population. So my question was, from your story that you were bringing up earlier, if they're renaming extinct animals that they bring back with
Right.
new injections of genes, would they have to rename the Florida panther?
Yes.
Very interesting. Part of conservation biology that kind of can't be avoided. And actually, it's a really great technology that we've discovered that we can use related species to help keep the genetic population alive and healthy. But yeah, are we going to have to start editing all of our species?
So they're going to need to tag the name of it as a hybrid or as a chimera, not chimera, hybrid version. Because thinking about it scientifically, then we have this differentiation of something through a fossil record. And if we're in the future making comparisons between the two, we need to know which one we're talking about.
Yeah, that makes sense. But I do think that it's somebody is going to have a lot of paperwork ahead of them, because it's not just these mammoths that we haven't brought back yet. There's already species, like I was saying, there's already species we've done this with.
Right.
There's also species that it's happened accidentally with. There have been genetically modified versions of things that have kind of escaped into the ecosystem, and now that's in the genetic population. That's, yeah, it brings a lot of questions.
So, yeah, I mean, they're already kind of putting sub-demarcations on genetically modified organisms. So, like genetically modified corn, genetically modified rice, these have like demarcations in their name that they are they are a particular strain of these organisms. And so, if you think of it in the agricultural sense, but put it into the biological paradigm, then you're making a new strain, a new subspecies.
But I guess then the question is, if a genetically modified seed gets out, that's now in the wild population. Do we have to change that?
Change the wild population's name? Yeah. Well, if it is, I mean, these are so many interesting questions, because in genetics, everything is blurry. We like talking in discrete units. We like, as humans, we like characterizing things and naming and classifying. But the reality is, biology is a spectrum, and genetics is actually a spectrum. I mean, in plants as well as bacteria, we actually have horizontal gene transfer. And if, we can talk about ourselves putting genes into organisms, but organisms are already swapping genes all the time. So what are we even really talking about when we're talking about classification based or naming one gene or another?
Yeah, and we talk in the show all the time about how they've discovered that this species is actually a subspecies, or that these two species are actually the same, or actually that there's only 4 subspecies of giraffes, not 7. And so we talk all the time about how the species, and really it's what we've decided makes the most sense, right? Which is, a reproductive barrier. But then the question is, with things like ring species, one of my favorite things, where there's these, let's say, 5 different species of tiger salamanders found in different places, and then the ones next to each other can interbreed, but the ones across from each other cannot. They're all technically the same species. Any kind of guidelines we come up with to categorize things, there's going to be exceptions, because like you said, we like to put things in a neat little box and label them with our little label maker in our brain, right? But we can't do that with everything, because it's not all cut and dried. Nature's not cut and dried.
It's not. I mean, we also talk, we've been naming organisms forever based on phenotype or how they look.
Right.
We decided that certain birds are related. Yeah, morphology. It's like,
like koala bears.
Wait. What's wrong with koala bears?
They're not bears. They're marsupials. But that's okay.
So should we call them koala marsupials?
You should call them koalas. Just like you shouldn't call it a starfish, you should call it a sea star.
And seagulls are not seagulls; they are gulls.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Young Innovators Fair. And as the Young Innovators Fair is kicking off, the age of modern humans just got a whole lot older. Actually, we humans are as old as we have ever been. But now we know, now we have evidence that pushes back the understanding of the evolution of us by 100,000 years. Fossils found in Morocco have been dated to 300,000 years old. Previous oldest confirmed humans, 195,000 years old from Omokabish site in Ethiopia. We've had clues. We've had some clues previously. We were older. DNA from Neanderthals in Siberia hinted at modern human interactions, possibly as far back as 230,000 years. And additionally, cranium from one of the Moroccan skulls has great similarity to an as of yet unconfirmed modern human in South Africa, dated to 260,000 years. So we humans are getting older as our innovators are getting younger.
I love the idea that we have been around for so long, you know, but then I look at us culturally and socially, and I'm like, really? We've been around that long and we are not more advanced than this? Please.
But Kiki, we're simulcasting to Facebook right now. So much technology.
That's just because Kiki hasn't walked the fair yet. As soon as she walks the fair, she'll realize we're actually way more advanced than she thinks she is.
No, I used to think we wanted flying cars.
No,
now I
we don't
think
want
flying cars are just going to be annoying.
Yeah.
I want my I want my jet that's going to take me to Mars. I want my instantaneous communication and transportation.
Oh yeah,
around the
I
world.
want a teleporter for sure.
I want a teleporter.
I do want my teleporter.
I want an in-car coffee maker.
Oh, you mean a replicator? I want a replicator. Well, we do have
Replicator.
3D printers. There's some here, aren't there?
There are
I
some
think we're
3D
gonna go
printers
find some.
here.
Maybe they can
and-
do a demo for us on the stage.
Well, tomorrow we are going to be joined by BioBots, and BioBots they create a biological 3D printer that prints with cells, and so we're going to get a demo tomorrow. I am so excited.
I have so many questions.
Yes, we do. It's going to be amazing. Over here, there's a Ghostbuster and Slimer hanging out here at the fair.
I bet
Slimer's
Kai's pretty
interacting
jealous
with
right about
babies.
now.
Oh my gosh. Look, I gotta move.
Yeah, go get a picture for Kai also.
Here, let me zoom. Oh my God.
What's Slimer doing here? Yeah. You want to come up on the stage?
More. This way, more. Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
No worries. Right here?
Yeah, that's great.
Hi.
Hi. You want a microphone?
Begin?
Yeah. There you go. How's it going?
It's going pretty good. How are you?
Good. What are you guys doing here?
My name is Ryan, and we're part of the New York City Ghostbusters. Oh, this is Slimer, by the way.
Hi,
Yeah.
Slimer.
We are actually running our slime polymer experiment. So if you want to make your own slime, we have our special booth right in the corner over there, the New York City Ghostbusters booth. Just look for the car.
I definitely want to make my own slime. How do you make slime?
So we actually make polymer-based slime. So it's just glue, borax, water, and some food coloring, and you got some slime.
Wow.
And if you come by and make it, we're going to be doing also 2 live shows today.
Oh,
Over
great.
at 12:30 and 3 o'clock right over there at the main stage.
Excellent.
Yeah.
That's great.
What do you do as a live show?
Oh, so we call up lucky slimeentists up on stage to make some slime,
Awesome.
and they get to take some slime and make some and bring it home and not get it in the carpet or in the hair, and we're good.
Yeah, as a parent, I appreciate that.
Yes, yes. Cleanliness is a key in ghostbusting.
Yeah.
Believe it or not.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm sure the Ghostbusters themselves had to clean slime off of themselves
Oh, all the
numerous
time.
times.
I still have some
Yeah.
that doesn't come off my suit, so it happens. You know.
So, have you ever had a full body slime?
No, not yet. It says
No.
I thought you were setting me up.
We're setting you up.
No, I think, yeah, Time Live is later.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. No full body slime yet, but you know.
So, my family we are huge fans of the Ghostbusters.
Oh, good.
We've seen all films multiple times. What got you into dressing up and being part of a Ghostbusters group?
Ghostbuster fan all my life. I actually don't remember the first time I saw Ghostbusters. I was very young, but it was just always that something been there, and I always told my mom, one day I'm going to be a Ghostbuster. So, because Ghostbusting doesn't pay,
Right.
Yeah.
on the weekends,
But I've heard that Bustin' makes you feel good.
it does make me feel
good.
real good.
That's,
So, yeah. But our group, what we try to do is we go to schools, we go to libraries, we teach science lessons on how to make slime. We also go to conventions, and we,
Which is fun. And I love the idea that you can have fun and put it together with science. And so it's kind of mixing up these different worlds for people, so that especially young kids, they can see that you can have all these interests and have fun with them.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
Definitely. Yeah.
So I hope you have a lot of fun today.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll see you guys at our booth.
I love this. I need to get a picture with you.
Yeah, of course.
We need a Ghostbuster picture.
Of course.
Oh, wait. Let me put away the microphone.
You can get in there.
Okay. Oh, wait. Okay. Wait, my turn. From this side. There we go.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
So much.
Thank you. Take care, guys.
Yeah, we'll see you in a little bit.
I'm like, gotta get the Ghostbuster Slimer picture.
This is already so fun.
See you later.
Great.
Awesome. I love that there are so many diverse things at this fair.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just so much. You know what? It is a little after 10 a.m. here. People are beginning to enjoy all of the wonders that this fair has to offer. Hey, Justin, you want to tell us a few things that are on the schedule for the live stages today?
Let's see. On the inspiration stage at 11 a.m., we've got Girl Scouts Robotics Patrol. On the science stage, Cracking the Picky Eater Code, Hungry Education.
Oh.
Like on the performers stage, there will be an all-star ensemble. Performers Paradise.
And what time are we going on to the main stage?
What time do we go on?
We're not on this.
Where is it?
That'd be a good thing for us to know, probably.
This Week in Science will be on the science stage at 1:30 with a science quiz.
That's right. We will be quizzing people about science.
So, do you want a story? I have a fun story.
I love stories. Bring a story.
What you got, Blair?
So I have a story about horse mastication.
Yes, chewing, mastication. We love the big long words in science. Mastication.
Yes, chewing. So what do horses and cows have in common? Well, they chew basically the same way. So that's the interesting thing. They have multiple stomachs. Horses are not. But they chew like ruminants.
Right.
So a recent study from the University of Zurich found that horses, they actually have the same chewing mechanisms as cows. So it might actually show us something about how they're related. The horses, so when cows eat, they swallow, it goes into their rumen, their kind of foregut, and it partially ferments, which is why cows' breath is always so fragrant, let's say. And then they kind of cough that back up into their mouth and they chew some more. They're chewing their cud, right? But so they found that the horses actually have the same chewing movements, the same rhythmic mastication, so that it actually sounds like this chewing might be kind of forebear to the rumination. So it helps them process food that is really difficult to process. They eat things like grass that are really difficult to break down. That's why we definitely don't eat grass. We don't have the stomach for it. And that's why the cows have to digest it multiple times. They're just trying to grind it down as best as they can, despite the fact that they don't have that foregut fermentation happening.
That's what, I actually thought they did. Eat all the same things and hang out around the same area. Well, at least
Yeah, so
rurally.
yes, they fragment their food with the same rhythmic chewing movements as cows, so that they're essentially ruminating. So that's kind of the weirdness here, is that the argument is that even though they don't have a ruminant, they're still ruminating.
So this is a really interesting adaptation, because one thing the reason that this rumination has evolved is to get as much energy out of this food source as possible. And the problem is there's not a lot of energy in the food unless you can break down the cellulose. Lignin and cellulose in these grasses, and these are hard materials to chew, to digest, and unless you can digest them, you're not going to get the energy out that you need to survive. This is why grazers have to be grazing all the time. So rumination is that strategy to get to be able to really digest that stuff and get all the energy out of it that they possibly can. So these horses and deer probably are doing this mastication, multiple mastication, to be able to really, rabbits, they eat their own poop because they're trying to get all the energy out.
Yeah, they're coprophagists.
Coprophagists.
Yes, they eat their own poop because grass just doesn't have that much energy in it, and it's really difficult to get the energy out of, right? So what they think is actually they're just constantly chewing their food in their mouth. They're just constantly chewing it.
Could you imagine? That would be like having a piece of gum forever.
Yes, and so our jaw's really not made for it. When we chew something really hard, we start to feel it, right?
Yeah, your jaw starts to ache.
Here, I'm actually going to see if I can show you. So if you ever look at a horse skull, their mandible, their jawbone is enormous. So
it is, yeah,
and that's because they're holding these huge mastication muscles. So if you look at a cat skull, they might have. This picture's enormous. If you look at a cat skull, they have huge bite muscles that are up here, but horses have giant chewing muscles, and this is exactly why. So they can chew and chew and chew and chew and chew all day long, and they don't have any problem. So
it's really interesting, and this is something that as a physiologist I've always been interested in, is how function follows structure and also how structure informs function. And so the shape of the skull is really determinant in what kind of forces can be created because of the way the muscles can attach to the bone itself. So if you have a short jaw, you're not going to be able to create as much power in that bite and so you need that longer jaw, or you need a taller jaw to be able to create for the physics of the action to actually work.
Yeah, absolutely. So right now I'm showing a picture of a horse skull, and you can see this enormous mandible that holds those chewing muscles. And so you can see it. Yeah, they're chewing all day, every day. Just chewing. It's because they're fermenting the food in their mouth.
Mouth fermentation. You heard it here.
It's a lot of work to be a grazer, which is why I prefer to eat done all the work. Now it's just easy nutrients.
Yeah, well, that's part of why carnivory evolved, is because it's an easier way to get energy. There's in ecology, there's this idea of trophic levels, where we have the bottom level, the producers who produce energy, and then you have the first layer, consumers, who will consume about most of the energy, except about 10% is lost. And the idea is that about 10% of energy is lost at every level going up. And so carnivores, even though we can access a lot of the energy, we are not getting the majority of the energy because it's already been consumed with energy being lost to the environment all the way up the scale.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like, I don't know, electrical wire transmission where there's electricity lost at all stages unless you have a really good insulator. Anyway.
Well,
so-
that's also why, so conservation-wise, I know there's a conservationist corner here today, so that's a good thing to just mention as well. One of the great things that you can do to help conserve our planet is to eat a little bit less meat. So, for example, a meatless Monday or something like that. And that's because
Is there another way?
there's lots of other ways, but just eating less. I'm not saying don't eat any, but if you eat a little bit less, you can use the same space to raise cattle, or you can use that space to raise plant food, and you can actually feed 10 times as many people on that same space.
You mentioned there was
because
another
of those
way.
trophic levels.
You mentioned there was another way.
There's a bunch of different ways you can help conserve the planet, but we need to do all of them.
But not all at once. Can we prioritize? Can that
Yeah,
be the least
so how
priority?
about
Can
a
we
meatless
Can we
Monday?
go to other Can we go to other things first?
So talking about, eating meat or not eating meat, there is one philosophical idea that has been floated recently. This last week, we had an interview with Adrienne Gottschalk, who's a plant biologist working on plant defenses. And we got kind of into the conversation of plant communication and this idea that plants are constantly communicating with each other chemically. They're sending chemical signals into the air. They're sending chemical signals below ground. Oh, where'd our video go? What happened?
Just technical difficulties.
Just minor technical difficulties. We're good. We're fine. We'll fix it. Thank you.
It's fine. It's back.
But we were talking about plants. So plants are communicating with each other constantly. And people, based on this idea of plants having communication and also being responsive to their environment, we talked about, Adrienne mentioned how when a grazer comes along and bites a leaf, the plant actually will respond to that and will send chemical signals into the ground and into the air that kind of warn the rest of the plant and also its neighbors that there is a threat, and to figure out to increase the production of toxins or take other measures to protect itself. So people have put forward the philosophical idea plants have this capability of sensing and responding to the environment and also communicating about it, that they are sentient. And if they're sentient, does that mean that we shouldn't be eating plants either? I mean, we're talking about giving...
What would you like to eat then?
I don't know, but this is cracking me up. I'm like, all right, so plants are sentient. We think we're saying dolphins and other primates are sentient. People want to give human status to other mammals, dolphins and primates. What about plants?
Well, until my replicator arrives, we don't really have any other choices, people. We have to eat something. Energy. This is how biology works.
I mean, and in this sense, then all bacteria are sentient because bacteria sense things in their environment, communicate about it, and
So then I'm
respond.
just a city bus, basically,
You're
because I'm full of bacteria.
Yes.
So in a crowded bus, that's my body right now, I guess.
That's disgusting.
No, it
Just
is.
full of bacteria.
Blair, you're disgusting.
Thank you. Most science is gross.
Oh yeah, we can do that too.
Yeah, well, we're showing you us right now, but we can show everybody. No, we have two different streams going. So that video is going to Facebook, and the other video, this one, is going to Google Hangouts.
Yeah, so speaking of plant sentience, we talked about that this week. A little bit ago, a few months ago, we talked about how plants could sense water, running water. That was pretty crazy. They can actually hear, I don't know what we want to call it, but they can sense the running water, and they would actually be able to tell the difference between running water that was accessible and not, which is pretty interesting. And then on top of that, we also know that plants can produce clicking sounds, which is my personal favorite. Plants talk. So there's lots of different ways that plants actually communicate with the world and with one another. They also release chemical cues to attract animals, of course. So there's lots going on with plants that it's a lot more than meets the eye. And then recently I also took a trip to the Exploratorium in San Francisco, and I was able to see more of the mimosa plants that actually respond to touch, which I love. We did a little twist short about that. And
Why are you showing empty chairs? It's so terrible.
And so plants, yeah, they actually can respond to touch, and if they have a
There you go.
if they have a system that allows for it, they actually have a memory, which is what I had reported on at the Exploratorium a long time ago, is that these mimosa plants got desensitized to certain touches or actions so that they would no longer close up anymore from those. They'd know that they weren't a threat. So plants, they can talk, they can listen, they can send out chemical signals, and they have a memory. So I guess we just can't eat anything.
Nope. Humans must starve.
Or just 3D print all our food, I guess.
I mean, there's a certain point, yes, we can argue about all this stuff philosophically, but I mean, this is the way life works. Organisms live off of other organisms, and so you can decide as a human whether or not you want to eat meat or vegetables or whatever it is. Other animals don't have that luxury, but we can talk about this until our face turns blue, but that doesn't change the facts of biology, which is that life requires energy.
Right,
And that
so-
energy has to come from somewhere, and very often it's other living organisms. That's how life has
Right.
evolved.
So at the end of the day, are you surviving in a way that is the least possible detriment to your ecosystem? That's kind of the question, right?
Yeah.
So are you taking up the right amount of space? Are you using the right amount of energy? Are you doing things in a sustainable way? That's really the question. And
No.
and so I think as a species, we could work a little harder, but I think that we've already made some great strides just by figuring out how sustainability works and all those kinds of things that we have some good ideas, I think. We're working on it.
Keep talking about
Okay.
this idea.
Yes.
I like it. I'm going to
Okay.
ask them to turn down music because they were saying we're going to.
Yeah, so I mean, one of the greatest things about innovation, we're at the Young Innovators Fair, is that new technologies help us find ways to keep the things we care about, eat the things we want to eat, have the fun we want to have, but do it in a way that is more self-perpetuating, which is basically what sustainability is, right? So we hear the buzzword sustainability a lot, and we don't really kind of blind to what it means, but really what we're talking about is being able to get a return from what we put out, right? So it's not so we have closer to a zero sum with the environment, right? So that we're not draining any resources. So that's really what it's about. And things like solar panels are suddenly becoming more and more efficient and more affordable. And before we know it, we will be able to power all of our amazing technologies off of wind and solar and things like that, so that we can turn around and those things won't be as difficult to keep going, won't be as expensive to keep going, and won't be as detrimental. So
Right, but I wonder what the low-hanging fruit is. I mean, I wonder.
well, I would say it's solar, because in 1 second there is enough solar energy hitting this planet to power all of our electronics.
If everything was a solar panel.
Correct. So think about, for example, think about a big city. Think about Philadelphia, right? And think about every single rooftop in Philadelphia. I would guarantee you that more than 50% of surface area of Philadelphia could have solar panels on it. That's the point. There's all this empty tops they're just rooftops. You can put solar panels on a rooftop. Feedback loop. The more we sell, the better the technology will get, the more we sell, the cheaper it'll get.
And there's technology. There's solar paint that's been being developed.
Yes.
That's getting closer and closer. Where
Solar
you can
paint.
just paint your house, whatever
Yes.
color it is that you choose, and it's become a solar panel. Your entire house.
Yeah.
Your entire building.
I'm a really big fan of the solar ivy. Someday when I own a house, I would really like to buy the solar ivy. So the solar ivy are these little leaves that actually, they look pretty realistic. They're little leaves that you have kind of growing up the side of your house, and they actually can move in response to the direction of sunlight to collect solar energy with as much efficiency as possible.
Nice.
Yeah. Solar ivy. That's a really great
And then
innovation.
so solar ivy is one idea, and then there's the new idea out of Solar City and Tesla, which are the solar roof tiles.
The tiles, yes. We all shingle roofs, right?
Yeah, and they're a very interesting design because of the way that they are built. They have a curve to them so that they will capture light for a greater proportion of the day, and they're supposed to be fairly efficient. And subsidies.
Yeah.
There's a way to make it almost as affordable, maybe a little bit more expensive still, but almost as affordable as a normal roof. So if you're going to retile your roof with quality tiles, maybe consider tiles and powering your house. We're having some...
Welcome to the Young Innovators Fair.
Yeah.
If you're just getting here in about a half an hour, down Builders Boulevard at 11 a.m., the Girl Scouts Robotics Patrol will be there. Lab Rat's Lair on the science stage at 11. Cracking the Picky Eater Code. So if you've got a picky eater, there'll be some food-hungry education going on over there. And there's a performer's stage in the Performer's Paradise, featuring all-star ensembles from 11 to looks like about 12:30. Also, if you're just getting here, be on the Outlook. There are two competing groups attending the fair today. R2-D2 has been spotted amongst the crowd, as have Stormtroopers.
There are Stormtroopers and R2-D2. I know that the Stormtroopers are on high droid alert. They're looking for some droids. Have you seen the droids?
You know, I saw a droid, but I don't think it was the droid they were looking for.
Ah, very well done, Blair. The Stormtroopers today are having a nonprofit fundraiser. You can blast a Stormtrooper today if you're interested. That could be a lot of fun. Also, check out First Robotics down here at the end of the hall. They are demonstrating their robots. First Robotics is a competitive robot building endeavor where middle school and high school kids build robots and compete with other roboticists from around the world on various designs to address certain challenges. So there's a story that was just sent to me by Virgil Curigliato over on Twitter, are being used by scientists to collect whale snot.
Yes!
Yeah, so
That's some droid action I can get behind.
all right. So the Ocean Alliance has been working with roboticists to create a drone to collect whale snot. It comes out of the blowholes on the tops of whales' heads. It's a mucus-like substance, so basically snot. And this drone, are you ready for it?
I'm ready.
It's called the Snot Bot.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
I want a
the
t-shirt
Snotbot.
that says I heart Snotbot.
And so the interesting, why do researchers want to collect whale snot? Why is this interesting?
Oh,
Because you
For
can learn a lot about
bacteria?
the health of the whale.
Bacteria, DNA is probably in there.
Yeah, bacteria. So this snot contains DNA, microbiome information, hormone levels as well. And they can get information about the whale's metabolism. So the bot, they go out on a boat and they deploy the bot over pods of whales or individual whales when they find them. The drone hovers above the whale as they surface and then lowers a petri dish for the snot that comes out of the whale's blowhole as they have breathed. Because as we know, and they actually have to hold their breath when they go underwater. They take a breath every time they surface. And so that's what you see when the plume of water vapor explodes into the air from the top of the whale's body. That is the whales exhaling in order to inhale so that they can dive back down food. So Snotbot also has a camera to collect video and footage of these whales surfacing. They can understand the body features of the whales to identify them more closely, and also to figure out if they're injured, what kind of organisms are living on them, all sorts of things like that. And then they can also address how the whales themselves are behaving. What kind of behaviors are they showing off? And the whales at all, because the boat can be really far away from the whales because of the far range of the drones. The drones are actually using artificial intelligence to analyze the data that they collect and to identify particular whales to assess their health in real time.
Nice.
Yeah, so this isn't like, oh, we'll take the data back to the lab and figure out how the whales are doing. This is taking images, looking at the whales and identifying and figuring out how you doing. How you doing, whale? Snotbot's here. How you doing, whale?
Oh my gosh, yeah. So here I'm trying to display, I think it's working, the video. He's sending out the Snotbot right now. They're fixing it with what appears like a fishing net, but that's clearly the petri dish
hovering
situation.
Petri dish, yes.
Yes. What do you do for a living? Oh, I harvest whale snot. Cool.
So there are drones here at the Young Innovators Fair. There are people who have brought drones and are demonstrating drone technology over in the corner over here. Every once in a while, I've seen a drone fly up into the air and kind of fly around a little bit. Maybe we can get some drone drivers over here to talk with us a little bit later.
Yes, I would love to get a drone tutorial. I've never used a drone, actually.
Is that a Yeti? Yeti walking in. No, not a Yeti.
Captain Cold?
Captain Cold. All right. Captain Cold just walked in. I don't know what's going on there. People are still coming in. It's amazing watching all these people walk in to enjoy the Young Innovators Fair.
11:30 on the science stage. I like this one. How to become a superhero. Cardboard, hot glue, and patience.
That's great.
So Jeremy Faulkner in the YouTube chat room is asking whether the Snotbot is piloted or does it observe the whale in the water to position itself above it. I believe that the drone is piloted.
Blair at 12:30 on the science stage. Physics and flight. Drones in the physics curriculum. Maybe you can get your drone learn on over there.
Drone learn on. That's a lot better than a teacher droning on.
Huh.
Oh, my magazines are falling down. I put them down in a stack on top of things, and they all just fell to the floor.
There's a lot of good girl stuff going on. 3 o'clock on the inspiration stage in the Builders Boulevard. Become a super science girl.
A super science girl?
Yeah. Oh, look at this.
I'm a
And
super science lady.
at 2 o'clock in Performers Paradise, Super Mad Science Live. Mad Science. Is that you? Are you doing
No,
Mad Science?
I'm not doing Mad Science. Mad Science is a wonderful organization that does after-school programs and will also do birthday parties and events just like Young Innovators Fair to demonstrate various fun science ideas and to let kids work on an experience playing with science. And I say playing with science because that's really what they do. So at my son Kai's school, Mad Science after school program for an hour once a week in a couple of the school sessions, and they do things like roll, or they do the science of airplanes, and they build paper airplanes and do experiments with weighting the nose and various things, and so they get to build a plane and throw it around, and there are always little things coming home that the kids have built themselves. Loves it. Mad Science, all sorts of mad fun awesomeness. So there's into the building, very shiny top. I want to know what that box is for. What's in the box? Is it again? It was just up.
I'm fixing it right now.
It was
That's
just
what I'm
up.
doing right here. It's died. Yeah, so
It was up.
yeah, but then it went completely black.
Okay,
So I just I started a new one.
good. Okay. You know, we might have to do that occasionally. So for everyone, are you, when you're back up, I'll just, yeah. So we're currently live on YouTube here on stage, and we're currently trying to fix our Facebook feed to get it back out. We're going to have to refresh that feed every so often throughout the day as we move forward on this live stream. So much fun, though. Seeing the smiles on everybody's faces. Everyone's so excited about getting their hands on science today. I am getting ready, though, to run around, and I need some water. I also would like to find people to bring back here to talk to.
There's a ghost in the background.
Justin is surfing the internet right now. I think we need to talk about some more science. So I've got some fun science stories to discuss. Let's see. What's a good story? Oh, let's talk about sleep. You guys want to talk about sleep?
What's sleep? I don't even know what that is anymore.
Yeah, I feel like I forgot.
So one new study out this last week has been looking at how what the brain is doing while you sleep, why sleep is important. And a study out of the University of Wisconsin-Madison, out of the lab of Chiara Sorelli, recently published in Science magazine, direct evidence that your synapses in your brain reset at night. So this is a hypothesis that researchers have had for a very, very long time, that sleep is necessary for our cognitive functioning. And what they've actually done is finally gotten that direct evidence that they needed, that yes, indeed, while you sleep, a process called synaptic pruning goes on. So while you're awake, your synapses actually grow, and little fingers come out of your neurons, the ends of your neurons. This is a metaphor. Okay. Metaphorical fingers come out of the ends of your neurons to connect with other neurons and make new connections. Some of those connections are very, very strong, and others are much weaker. And while you sleep, the weak connections get pruned away. And so only the strong connections remain. And this is part of the process of memory consolidation, to allow your memories to be strongly retained or not. And so the memories that kind of fade away are maybe those weak connections that never really had a chance to grow stronger. So during sleep, your neurons need that time to make your memories better so that your brain can function better.
Okay, so I shouldn't pull an all-nighter before a test.
Yes, so applicable take-home information here is sleep is really important.
Sleep's important.
Sleep is important, especially before high-intensity tests or basketball games. There was another study that came out this last week suggesting that people who are up late at night on social media, tweeting, don't function as well the next day. They looked at basketball. They looked at basketball players and how they performed on and how many baskets they made, how they performed during their games, and looked at what they were doing the night before on social media. Those players who were tweeting late at night before their game did not perform as well as their normal average. So their performance compared to their average performance was reduced because, this is correlated to late night social media. Oh, we have a question from the audience. Here, come on up and join us.
This is very, very interesting. It's good stuff. Most of us multitask and don't get enough hours sleep. People in management positions, they function on probably 5-6 hours of sleep. What do you recommend? What do you call a good night's sleep?
So that is a really good question. So what is a good night's sleep? This is something that is hotly debated because it depends on the person, really. Everybody's metabolism is different, and so some individuals will perform just fine on 5 or 6 hours of sleep. Some people, like myself, I need a good 8 hours of sleep. The average that has been recommended from various studies is 7 hours of sleep for people to get on a nightly basis. Just like anything, we can do one night of reduced sleep and still manage just fine. Your performance might not be as great the next day, but it's that chronic lack of sleep that will eventually reduce your cognitive abilities. It will reduce your reaction times. It will reduce your ability to think through things. And so you might think working on 5 to 6 hours of sleep, I am doing great. I'm on top of the world. I'm getting things done. Think about how much more you might be able to do if you actually gave yourself more sleep.
But again, it's going to come down to the individual. Great friend of mine over the years. I never known this guy to sleep more than 4 hours in a night. And he goes out there and he hits his BMX or his 10-speed, whatever, road bike. He'll go out on a 20-mile bike ride, start the morning. And then he'll come to work with me for 8 hours. And then he's going and he's doing his studying for university, which he was doing full 18 units at the time he was working a full-time job with me. And that guy can't sleep more than 4 hours, but it never seemed to affect him. It frustrated me because I'm like her. I have to sleep 8 hours, otherwise I'm just foolish the whole rest of the next day. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So it's about 7. Kiki was saying 7. So recently there was a study that came out that really they were saying for most people you need right around 7 hours a night. And we actually did another study maybe last year that they gave people reduced sleep or not as good of sleep for a few days in a row, and they found that their driving abilities were on par with someone who had I think it was 2 drinks or something like that. Yeah.
So lack of sleep actually reduces your abilities, impairs your abilities in the same way that drinking alcohol does.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Right.
So for
So the question.
Yes. They do. So adolescents are supposed to, it's supposed to read the number of hours of sleep reduce every few years as you get older until you reach adulthood. But adolescents are supposed to get 9 or 10.
10. Can you imagine that?
Yeah,
Right.
no, definitely not.
Right, but their circadian rhythms are different too. This is the other important thing. This is why they've been trying to institute later start times at schools, because as they've been learning, it's not about the kids just being unwilling to go to sleep, right? It's that they're built different. They're built to stay up later than the rest of us, and they still need all those hours of sleep.
Yep.
And so they do need to sleep in later. It's not that teenagers have been lazy. Time has been with us.
Although people like to think that.
Right. But this is, they're catching up. They're catching up to the fact that, we've had this phenomenon of teenagers wanting to stay up late and sleep for a long period of time. It's not new. Once you realize, hey, maybe there's a reason that all of our teenagers are built this way. And so schools, like at least in my local school district, not a whole lot, but they push the start time out 45 minutes later than it used to be. So we're catching up to what's been obviously in front of our faces this whole time.
Yeah.
This I need to share with the master.
Oh, thank you.
Is there a website or a way I can?
Yes, there is a website here.
There's so many people that don't understand. I have friends and relatives, family, whatever, and they don't get it.
Yeah.
They don't get it. Get them over and it's like, hey, let's visit. And they want to keep me up for late hours. I have those days. So now, I need to say, read this.
Ah, yes.
Read for me.
Yeah.
I'm not being rude. I'm trying to function.
Yes.
And as well as teenagers in my neighborhood who are in high school and they don't get proper amount. So now, if I let them, I have
You can back up, So we've got resources on our website.
Yeah.
And the studies that I was just talking about, we'll put those on the website as well, so that you can find them easily.
Excellent.
Yes, you're
Yeah.
Thanks for the questions.
Have fun at the
Thanks for
fair.
stopping by. That's right. People like their sleep.
Yes.
People like to talk about their sleep. So I think sleep is such an interesting thing because it's something that we have to do. And like Blair this morning, that quote that I saw, it's like it was E.B. White said something to the effect of, "I wake up every morning inspired by the things that I want to do to change the world, but also inspired and wanting to enjoy the world."
Yes.
And the problem is figuring out how to do them both.
Right.
Right? So it's like, that's like our scheduling time. I want to sleep, but I don't want to sleep because there's so much to do and there's so much to see and there's so much science to learn about. And I stay up late so many nights, like reading articles and just learning about things, having conversations with people on Twitter about scientific topics, or, there's so little time.
Every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Pacific time, we start a live broadcast, and I go, I'm going to finish early tonight.
That's right.
No, because there's too much science. I can't not talk about the science. It must be discussed.
It must
if
be
not us,
discussed.
who? If not now.
Okay, so I want to go back to one thing though. The pruning.
Pruning.
So
Neuronal
you
synaptic
need
pruning.
to get sleep so that you're pruning off the maybe less reinforced things that took place during the day.
Yes.
But now, what about late night cramming? If you stay out, if you're studying all night, late into the night at least, and you get very little sleep, does that mean you'll prune off less of the things you just learned?
No, it means that you will not incorporate most of the things that learning, the cramming, that learning will not really take place. You might put things in a fairly short term, we talk about short term and long term memory, but it's kind of like this in between space because it'll go into your memory kind of long enough for you to take the test maybe the next morning. There.
So that explains why I don't know the capitals anymore.
You're not exactly. You're not actually integrating that information or memory. It's not becoming a part. Cramming does not allow the strengthening, the reinforcing of certain neuronal connections. And so it's not just the weak going away, it's also the strengthening of the strong connections. And so if you're not sleeping and you're cramming, you might be putting stuff in there. It's all going to get pruned away eventually, as opposed to the strengthening.
So really what I need to do is pull an all-dayer and then sleep.
Or,
or pull an all-nighter 2 days before your test.
No.
How do we do it? How do we do it, Kiki? When do we learn?
What, do you want me
When
to,
will we remember
to
what we've
study on
studied?
a schedule?
Study on a schedule would be a wonderful idea, because Justin mentioned earlier that we have circadian rhythms. Our bodies work on a clock, and so if you are able to schedule study time in, your body will respond to that and be ready to learn, and your brain will actually be better prepared to learn if it knows what's coming. So that's number one. Number two is that learning is an ongoing process. Repetition, repetition, repetition. I talked about strengthening neuronal connections.
Right.
Repetition is necessary to make that happen. So studying in short sessions over time that is predictable and repeatable will allow you to learn better. So you read something, you do something in class, you read something, take notes, put it down on cards, test yourself, read the material over again, and add new material. By the time you get to the test, you're going to do much better. You don't need to pull an all-nighter. You maybe review everything a day or two before. You're perfectly good to go.
But if I say I procrastinated,
yeah,
and I didn't do the 15 minutes here, 20 minutes there, I didn't do the proper schedule of studying, and I have no choice but to cram tonight. Is there a trick? Is there some way that I could unlock the memories of last night the next day?
Magic. There are, well, so our brains do, your brains do really well. So many people are procrastinators and have done this throughout time. I pulled all-nighters when I was in college. I did well on the tests. You know, it works for people. But like I said, it's not going to be integrated into your long-term noetic consciousness of the world. You know, there's so many things that I wish I remembered better. Like I have to go back and look things up all the time from college, because even though I got an A on that test and I knew it, it didn't get integrated into my knowing.
Yeah, would you like to draw a mitosis diagram, Kiki?
It keeps getting turned up.
Coming up on the Builders Boulevard right now, actually 3 minutes from now, Robotics Patrol. Patrol is 3 minutes away on the Builders Boulevard. Scouts Robotics Patrol. Also cracking the Picky Eater code on the Science Lab. That's about to start.
Kiki is Kaya Picky Eater.
Oh, yeah, I was going to answer a question from Jeremy in the chat room. He asks, what about afternoon naps? Does that prune your neurons as well? No. So this pruning takes place because of the sleep cycle. So you have to get in, you have to have the REM sleep and the slow wave sleep and the various levels of sleep. You have to get into that deep sleep and also the lighter sleep to be able to get to the point of the pruning and a 20-minute nap is not going to give you all this the brain cycle that you need for that pruning to take place.
So studying and then taking a nap wouldn't work?
No, unless it's like a 3-hour nap. 90 minutes for a sleep cycle, so you need long enough for you to fall asleep, 90 minutes for an entire sleep cycle, and then maybe an additional sleep cycle for it to really do something. So you need at least 90 minutes, if not 3 hours for that nap.
Right. Sleep cycles are so interesting. It's kind of like we were talking about a minute ago about how everybody needs a different amount of sleep, right? But that's also because each individual sleep cycle is different. The kind of entry period into the sleep cycle is different for everybody. So to just set your clock for 8 hours, so I recently found out I've been sleeping until usually my alarm goes off at 7. And I wake up very, very, very groggy. And I started noticing that I would naturally wake up at 6:30 every day. and go, oh, I still have a half an hour, and go back to sleep. And I found that if I actually get up at 6:30 when I naturally wake up, I am awake and alert. And it's because I didn't enter a new sleep cycle. I just exited a sleep cycle. If you go back into a sleep cycle, you end up in the quagmires of unconsciousness.
Ooh, quagmires of unconsciousness. That's the name of my, my new wave band.
Yes.
All right, you asked about picky eating.
Yes.
What was that
Since
about?
they have the picky eater, what is it, Justin, on the stage?
Yeah, cracking the picky eater code. Hungry education on the science stage. Lab Rats Lair.
Yeah, is Kai a picky eater?
Yeah, he did not used to be a picky eater, but he has become more of a picky eater. But I assume that we introduced him to a lot of foods when he was very young. So once he gets through this adolescent stage, maybe he'll start trying things again.
Yeah, I know kids can be really picky eaters. I know notoriously the kind of the stereotype is that little boys are really picky eaters, right? Yeah. I know my older brother had about 3 foods that he ate: cheese pizza, peanut butter sandwiches, not peanut butter and jelly. He would not.
Jelly, that's
just peanut butter and Eggo waffles. Those are the 3 things he would eat when we were children.
Wow.
And if my mom really pushed, he might eat some baby carrots or some green bell pepper.
Oh, well, bell pepper, there you go. It's a good vegetable.
Yes, but she'd really have to push.
I knew a little girl that would only eat. I had one little girl that would only eat white foods. White bread, white pasta, rice.
That's where you go.
That's it.
No. You will eat these peas.
I've got one kind of picky eater, but my youngest, who's 4, is a goat.
Oh, a goat.
She's goat child. She'll eat the couch if you don't tell her to stop.
So there's an idea in dietary and nutritional research that this picky eating in children is actually beneficial, that it kept kids from eating things that might have been bad for them in early days of our species evolution. When there were lots of dangers and we didn't really know what things did, the kids had to be careful about what they ate. What they eated. My language is working really well today.
Yeah.
But now we've got all these foods.
But what food would that have been? Like evolutionarily, could you survive as a picky eater?
That's a great question. Could you have survived?
What we caught for dinner.
Oh.
That's it.
Yeah. So,
no choice.
No choice, right? So then there's the alternative hypothesis that picky eating is actually something that only a very small percentage of the population has and may not have survived very well, but because of the fact that we have such an ample food variety available for us, that these kids now are surviving very well.
Yeah.
And that maybe more picky eaters are living in the population today previously because they would have died off. So here we have a couple of hypotheses that could be investigated by science.
Yeah. So I guess that's kind of the new version of adaptive radiation, right? Is that now because we have so much more food, there's essentially more niches available. So you can be somebody who only wants to eat white foods and you'll survive.
I love the way you put that, niches.
Niches.
So
niches.
Sort of,
niche.
No.
Are you a niche or a niche camp person?
I'd say niche, but household. Are kids sort of finding their food niche within the house?
Yes, absolutely.
One kid only wants jelly sandwiches.
I definitely had my own food niche. Yeah, for sure. So, for example, when we got a little bit older, my brother kind of expanded his horizons a little bit. We would occasionally eat brie. He only liked the really soft inside part of the brie. He wouldn't eat the rind. And I developed a pretty good taste for the rind. Yeah, that was my cheese niche.
Your cheese niche. Yeah. I know there's food here. I'll eat the rind. Jack's brat would eat no fat. His wife could eat no lean.
I guess I'm kind of a cheese scavenger or cheese opportunist. I will eat any and all cheeses.
I like the idea of being a cheese opportunist.
Oh yes.
Yes.
Oh, that's definitely me.
I think I'm kind of similar in that way.
Yeah.
We were talking this morning over breakfast about fermentation of foods and whether or not the softness of foods and whether or not pregnant women can eat them. And Blair was telling me that there's a new thing where pregnant women are saying they can't eat soft eggs.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna look and see if I can find any actual sites for this.
I looked at Blair in a very confused way.
A few of my friends recently, they were like, "Oh, I can't wait until I can eat runny eggs again," because they were pregnant, and so they're not eating runny eggs.
No, you can't eat soft cheese. You can't eat raw fish because there's a bacterial load.
Google autofilled. I just wrote no runny eggs, and it went when pregnant.
Nobody is supposed to eat raw eggs. I mean, that's the new advice because of salmonella poisoning possibility. But soft eggs, if it's a hardish white and a runny yolk, I mean, if you want your eggs over medium, I don't understand.
So in
don't
January
understand.
2016, the UK Advisory Committee on the Microbiological Safety of Food found a major reduction in the potential risk of eating raw or lightly cooked UK eggs, leading experts to conclude that it is now safe for pregnant women to eat their eggs runny or soft-boiled or raw.
Or raw.
Or raw.
Here's the lesson from this, and as a father of 3, I've learned this well. Give the pregnant mother anything she wants.
Yeah, yes.
Like,
and this is a father's survival strategy. So if we're talking about science, we're going to bring it back to survival strategies.
give pregnant mama everything and anything she wants, and it turns out she was right. So there we go.
Yeah, I'm seeing lots of forums that are saying, don't eat runny eggs while you're pregnant. The doctor told me not to eat runny eggs while you're pregnant. I'm not seeing any scientific studies.
There's no scientific study. I mean, seriously, the idea is that if the yolk is runny, there should be no bacteria in the yolk to begin with because eggs are have a sterile interior.
Yeah.
There is a membrane and there is a shell. This is how, grow inside those eggs. It's a sterile interior. Old egg in which a lot of the moisture has wicked out and it's allowed the membrane to come away from the inside of the egg. I mean, you shouldn't be eating the really old eggs anyway. The interior of an egg should not be bacterially contaminated. And if you're making if this is an issue about salmonella, I mean, there could be something on the exterior of the egg that maybe it's transferred to the stuff on the inside when you crack it. Potentially. But then you've got whatever that is all over your hands because you were touching the egg. I think the general advice not to eat raw eggs.
Oh, it's salmonella again.
Salmonella.
The red herring, salmonella.
It's salmonella.
So the FDA is saying that you should not eat raw or undercooked eggs because of salmonella.
So, all right, but undercooked. If I have an egg over medium, the white is cooked, the yolk is raw.
Yeah.
The yolk is encased in the white. All right, everybody. I want to see the science that really supports this.
Yeah,
how many people are getting salmonella? How many pregnant women are getting salmonella infections as a result of eating eggs?
Yeah, they're saying
raw
if you're
eggs,
pregnant,
fine.
don't eat Caesar salad dressing. Okay, fine. That's a raw
egg.
coddled egg. Fine.
That's raw.
Raw cookie dough.
That's raw egg.
Eggnog.
Raw egg.
When eating out, they say ask if pasteurized eggs were used. And use pasteurized eggs at home. Although I reported last year that we found out that we're over-sterilizing our eggs, actually making them more susceptible to infection. Because the eggs come out with this kind of slick coating, and we power wash our eggs, basically, before they come to the grocery store, and they become porous as a result. And that's why we refrigerate our eggs in America. But if you go to other countries, they don't wash the eggs.
Right, and the eggs sit out.
They're smooth, and they're not refrigerated, and not penetrate the egg.
Yep.
That's what it's really about, is about the fact that we over-sterilize our things.
Yeah. Over-sterilization of our eggs yeah, that's an interesting question. See, I love digging into things like this as opposed to taking information just at face value to figure out exactly why certain advice is given. Obviously, the FDA is advising this for a particular reason, but what is that reason? What is what are the scientific studies that are what epidemiological studies are suggesting this is smart? What scientific studies? And like, again, I'm going to say Caesar salad dressing, eggnog, all these things are raw eggs. They're not, it's not even partially cooked.
Yeah,
Not
so the
even
FDA
partially.
is saying cook eggs until yolks and whites are firm.
All right, FDA. I hope they've got the science to back that up.
Yeah.
There is some cool stuff coming up on the Inspiration Stage, Builders Boulevard, 11:30. Bricks for Earth with Braden Coleman. This is going to be compressed earth bricks. That's something I'm very interested in. I might disappear to go do that. If you're into superheroes, how to become a superhero, Blue and Patience by PJ Griffith. This will be going on in the Science Stage at 11:30. And it looks like we got performers on the Performers Stage in Performers Paradise.
You guys
I love elephants.
love elephants. So recently,
My favorite pack of them.
this story.
yeah, recently, we haven't actually talked about this one on the show yet,
No.
even though it came out a week or two ago. It was something that I was looking at for last week's show, but there were too many stories and an interview and whatever. Anyhow, a new study revamped the elephant family tree, and it is revealing that a species of giant elephant 5 million to 100,000 years ago across Eurasia before it went extinct, and is more closely related to today's African forest elephant than the forest elephant is to its nearest living relative, the African savanna elephant. Analysis has determined that what we thought was a close relative is not the closest. That
Yeah,
this
we thought-
extinct one.
We thought there were two kinds of elephants currently on the planet. African elephants and Asian elephants. That's it.
Yeah.
Done. Nope, there's three. There's the Asian elephant, there's the African plains elephant, and now there's the African forest elephant, right?
Yeah.
So this is another situation where we took animals based on location and morphology and grouped them together, and it's taken a long time for us to now figure out the family tree connection is actually with an animal no longer alive. It goes far back. But it just seems like Africa is still the place where elephants can do well.
Well, I mean, we don't have elephants ranging across the plains of North America.
No.
They
Yet.
don't range
Yet.
across Siberia either.
Yes, the mammoth species name, you don't belong here, will be ranging in North America very soon, I'm sure.
So I'm interested, Blair.
Namathus North Americus.
Yeah, Blair, you work at a zoo, and so conservation is near and dear to your heart. And
Yes.
elephants are species which are hunted for their ivory, and so
Mhm.
we are around the world. I mean, but the efforts are specifically in Africa,
Right.
trying to increase our conservation efforts. How does a genetic study like this influence the way we conserve them? Does it matter, or is this just interesting, fun genetic stuff?
This is so monumentally important for a few reasons. The main one being that if we know that there's this unique species that is only found in the forests in Africa, and it's not related to the other African elephants, that population, we lose that species. It's gone. So to take the African plains elephant population back into the forest is not going to be the same if they're not genetically the same species. So first of all, there's the fact of this physical geographical separation that actually is preserving a species, a unique species. But then on top of that, as populations decline. So kind of we're facing the problem that elephants have twofold. The first, of course, is trying to reduce ivory trade, but the second is trying to grow the elephant populations. So the way that we do that is going to be drastically different. So for example, zoos and wildlife preserves are currently breeding elephants with the sole purpose of growing the captive population, because right now it's not a great time to release elephants because they're still being killed, almost 100 of them a day, for their ivory. So once that number drops, it is then safe to release elephants back into the wild. But we are not going to release them back into the wild just to get poached. So we're trying to grow this population in captivity for when it is finally safe. It's kind of like storing up food for the winter almost, right? So when it's time for us to actually be able to release these elephants back into the wild, there will be a good, genetically healthy population. So if now we discover that this is a completely different species, we have to make sure we have a genetically viable population of both species in our reserves and zoos. And so, first of all, we've probably been interbreeding these this whole time.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Yeah. So now they're mixed.
So now what, right? So are we going to continue with this mixed breed, or are we going to try to get these two genetic separate populations on board? And if we are, we're going to need some genetic donors. We're going to need to bring in some specimens from the wild. So undertaking. That's a huge undertaking. So it's time for the kind of the higher ups in the taxonomic advisory group and the species survival plan of elephants to get together at a round table, look at this information, and make a new action plan. They have to completely change their action plan now.
Wow.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So the implications of this study are actually quite far-reaching.
Yeah,
they're really going to influence zoo management plans.
Right.
They're going to be influencing animal parks. They're going to be influencing the preserves around the world.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Yeah. So every species, but particularly endangered species, have a species survival plan, which is like a stud book, right? Which is an action plan for how to grow the species and where these individuals will go when they're born.
Right.
But they also have a taxonomic advisory group, a TAG, and that is directly related to pairing animals for family planning. So it's basically online dating for animals, right?
Yeah.
So once a year, a taxonomic advisory group for, let's say, mandrills, right? They'll get together at a zoo or a wildlife center, and they'll actually spend days matchmaking. And it's quite advanced. They're talking about F1, F2 generations, all this kind of stuff, trying to figure out how best pair up animals based on who has facilities available, who is of the right age, and who has the most genetically different stock. So that we can think, F5, F6, F7 down the line, so many generations down the line, and still have a viable population. Huge effort. It's very intense.
Yeah. And that's just one species.
Yeah.
If you're just talking about the mandrill. And then you have to consider, okay, I know pandas are not your favorite example of this, but their pickiness.
Yeah.
Where the pandas don't necessarily want to breed with each other.
Right.
They don't necessarily like the other individual that has been brought in as the other F1 representative. Or, they don't, this matchmaking is actually matchmaking. It's something that you have to, these are animals with their own preferences that you have to take into account.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. A lot of people ask us, why don't you just inseminate then, right?
Right.
But preference is actually a really big deal. So unless a species is in a really bad shape and this is their only chance at survival is insemination,
where'd that come from?
We will not do an insemination process with animals, because if their mate choice discouraging them from matching with another animal, there's usually a reason for that. They can smell, they can sense, they know things that we don't, even by looking at their genes. They can identify sometimes a bad combination, or it happens. And so if a couple of animals don't want to reproduce together, there's usually a reason for that. So we kind of go, okay, you know best. We'll find another tiger for you or what have you. So
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
Yeah. Animals know best when it comes to who they would like to pair with.
Yeah,
So that
absolutely.
has interesting conservation connotations. As we're also thinking about the elephants and how and the efforts that are going to be made moving forward in the breeding programs. I mean, when you talk about bringing an animal from the wild, you're not just are these animals that have maybe been injured through poaching and that have survived and maybe wouldn't survive on their own, or do the zoos go out and then the other question is these are two completely separate questions. Yes. And then my other question is in zoos, maybe not so much in wild animal parks, you have the caregivers interacting with the animals. Is that going to make it more dangerous for them when they go out into the wild because they'll be used to humans and not as afraid as they should be?
Yes, these are great questions. So I'll address the second one first. So when an animal is born and raised in a captive environment, they trouble adjusting to life in the wild. So when an animal is part of a recovery program, or a species is part of a recovery program, they know that Taxonomic Advisory Group and the Species Survival Plan know from the day that animal is born if there is a possibility that animal may be released into the wild. And if they know that, then they take a completely different care approach with that animal.
Okay.
So either that animal is going to raise animals that will then go out into the wild, or they're hands off from day one. The kind of middle ground is that if there are wildlife reserves that are kind of partially enclosed or partially protected, those are often situations that are perfect for an animal born and raised in captivity, because then you can they're not as scared of humans, so you can keep tabs on them in a partially wild environment, and it's a nice in-between, right? And then those babies, their babies, are the ones that will be able to go out into the wild. So it's a measured approach. And if there are animals that they're planning on releasing into the wild, even a slight chance, right now at the San Francisco Zoo, they have Mexican gray wolves that are 10 years old. Those are old wolves. But completely hands off with them, because there's still a chance they might go into the wild as part of a recovery program. So for their entire life, their management was completely different. They don't do hands-on training. When they go into the exhibit space, the animals are moved into another space, or they're not interacted with at all. They're fed from a timer so that they don't associate humans with food.
Right.
So the management strategy is very different depending. The other question that you had about how those animals get into zoos. So there are 3 ways that animals end up in zoos, but when we talk about recovery programs, there enters a 4th. So the most common way animals are found in zoos is because they're born in captivity, and like we were talking about, they were raised with humans and with care and with veterinary care and all these sorts of things, so that they would not be able to survive in the wild. The second most common is that they are injured in the wild, which is kind of what you were getting at with poaching or traps, or even a bald eagle being hit by a car and losing its wing, right? So any of those realities would result in an animal not being able to survive in the wild, and so then we take them in. The third reason is if it's an animal that has a conflict with humans. So a lot of bears that you see in zoos, they're problem bears. And what that means is that bears, they have huge habitats normally. And when we build a freeway or a small town or anything like that fragments their huge habitat, and they regularly start wandering into human space, bears will eat anything. They're definitely opportunists. And so if they see a dump or somebody's trash can or any sort of food source that is easier than foraging for food in a forest, they're going to capitalize on that. And as animals that are good at defending their territory, they can then identify human territory as what they want to protect. And then they become a problem because human-bear conflict doesn't end well for either party. So then that animal gets a few chances. Usually they're tranquilized and relocated. If they get 3 strikes, as we all know, 3 strikes, you're out, right? So then usually you try to find a place to place them in captivity, because they obviously will not be able to find a wild place where they won't be tempted to go where humans go, because they've identified human space as free food. So those
it's bear jail.
it's kind of bear jail if bear jail was the fanciest spa that you ever imagined.
It's a nice
5-star food, primo healthcare. You got to do whatever you want within that space whenever you wanted. I think is definitely a misrepresentation. Well, we can get into that later.
It's jail with all yard time.
It is an all expenses paid resort that you are not allowed to leave.
So now I will say, if I was a wild animal of any description,
Yeah.
I would prefer a zoo.
Yes.
I would prefer a zoo because I don't want to be eaten or have to chase things all day
Yes.
and hope that
Life
I
in
catch
the wild is a constant struggle for survival. So without a struggle, your life becomes a lot easier, right?
And
But
you're talking
that being
about
said, yes, of course, we want animals in the wild. But let me finish.
You're talking about the injured animals.
Right.
There's-
So that's the third way, problem animals. The fourth way that we get animals in captivity, if there is a declining population that is right on the brink of extinction, and we do not have enough of a genetic base to continue pull in an individual from the wild to inject new genetics into the captive population. So a perfect example of that, I'll bring it up again, the Mexican gray wolves at the San Francisco Zoo. So they thought the Mexican gray wolf was extinct, completely gone. And then in the 1970s, they found a few of them. They found, I think it was 4 males and 1 pregnant female. That's all they found. So do you think 5 individuals could sustain a population in the wild?
not well.
Not well. So what they did is they pulled all 5 of them a wolf center. And they started a strategic breeding program. And now there are over 200 wolves in the wild. No, there are 100 wolves in the wild and 200 in captivity. And the reason they're continuing to grow as a species is that they have managed the genetic variety of this species extremely carefully. And so some animals we can do a complete start over, right? But some animals we have to kind of do some catch up with, which is what happened with rhinos. So we found out rhinos were almost all gone. Still, all species of rhinos are endangered. And so occasionally, an individual may have to be pulled from the wild to keep the genetic population going, or the species has no chance whatsoever. So it's an injection of genetics.
One of my
basically.
favorite stories of conservation actually takes place outside of a zoo, in the American bald eagle, where they
That
will.
was in zoos too.
They're in zoos too, but they have I don't know what you'd call it, sustainability program,
A
conservation
species
program,
survival plan. Yes.
species survival plan,
Yep.
where they actually helicopter out to the site of a nest of a bald eagle. They will take the egg away.
So I think
They will
actually,
put a faux egg in its place.
yeah.
They will take that egg, the egg back, incubate it. Is the little chick has it back into the nest and take the fake egg away.
So I think actually you're thinking
Is
with
it
that.
condors?
Yeah. So that's the cow. Bald
also bald
eagles.
eagles.
Bald eagles, what they did actually is they started breeding programs in captivity, and they raised them with little bald eagle puppets. Programs.
So they also do this in California with the bald eagle. You can Google it. And it's because there's so much DDT. The eggs, I guess, aren't as big. Shells aren't as viable.
So in the 70s, they discovered what was happening with DDT. They outlawed DDT. The egg thing with DDT in the Americas is no longer a problem. The bald eagle actually was recently removed from the endangered species list because of the recovery programs.
Yeah, other countries are still using DDT, and they have an ongoing issue, but maybe they have large enough populations and diversity that things are fine, or at least are stable. We had just a dramatic response to DDT in the ecosystem here in the United States, so our response was warranted. But other countries, it is a pesticide that works, and other countries are still using it successfully.
Yeah, but one thing about the Bald Eagle program, actually, one of my favorite things about that program is that it was a multifaceted approach that saved a species. If we hadn't done anything about it, there'd be no more bald eagles at this point in 2017. But because actually it all started with bird watchers. This is what I love about the bald eagle story, is that since the 1940s, I think it was, they had been recording bald eagle migration. Just people who loved birds and who loved watching birds through binoculars.
And a magnificent bird to spot, right?
Noticed, spotting birds of prey during migration takes a trained eye because it's a lot, especially in the kind of the main causeways of migration. It's hundreds or sometimes thousands of birds all up very, very, very high above you. So you have to be able to recognize silhouettes, count very quickly or estimate based on kind of quadrants, and then also estimate different color morphs. This is what was really important, was that they had been taking data, just citizen scientists, just people who liked to watch birds, had been recording data of bald eagles and all birds of prey during the Great Migration since the 1940s. And all of a sudden, they found there were still bald eagles, but there were no juveniles. So the bald eagles, they're famous for their white head, right? Juvenile bald eagles look pretty much just like golden eagles. They're kind of speckly brown all over.
Yeah.
But they saw no juvenile bald eagles, none, for a couple of years. And these birders notice.
And they notice this, and population dynamicists know that if you lose juvenile populations, that means your population is going to drop.
Yeah.
Because the youth, those are the individuals that are going to go on to produce new birds later. You need to have successful fledgling populations in order to continue without dramatic population decline. Because the older individuals get, usually the fewer offspring they continue to have. Their offspring, their contribution to the population decreases with time.
Yeah, absolutely. And so these birders, these just citizen scientists, just civilians essentially, raised the flag. They raised the alarm. They got in contact with conservation biologists. And then they were kind of able to follow the trail backwards and discover that it was the DDT that was making their eggs soft, so they were crushing all the babies when they were going to sit on their eggs, and then there were no babies.
It's so sad. I crushed my baby.
So they figured it out within a couple of years of this effect. So they were able to figure it out so fast because of citizen scientists who were just doing what they loved.
And this, the very exciting thing, this is like 40 odd years now. This is in the 70s. They figured this out. So, and now we have a booming citizen science movement. It's so exciting. I don't know if we're going to see her this weekend, but Darlene Cavalier, which is a website where people can go to find citizen science projects to become involved in. You can tell people, researchers put their projects out. This is like a place where it's a portal to find information. You can put in your interests, your age, your location, whether or not you want to do it from your couch, whether or not you want to be a citizen scientist who goes outside and does stuff. Projects for every kind of person. The exciting thing is that 50 years ago, when citizen science was not a thing, people were making an impact. Now that there are fairs like the Young Innovator Fair, now that there's a citizen science movement, now that there are ways for people to actually get involved with research, can you imagine how much faster we're going to figure things out? How much bigger the impact is going to be?
Yeah.
I mean, it's mind-boggling to me. I love it.
We just have a baseline on this now, which is great. We have our baseline. That's really what this came down to. We wouldn't have known about the bald eagles if we didn't have this baseline from the 1940s of what the Great Migration looked like. That's what saved us. So, yeah, I mean, this, and then there was this collaboration between conservation biologists and the government. And that kind of three-pronged approach save the species.
Yeah.
Because conservation biologists figured out it was the DDT and made a recovery plan. Zoos participated in the recovery plan by, again, pulling individuals from the wild, having them raise dummy eggs, essentially, right? And then pulling the eggs, incubating them, using a puppet to feed them. They never saw a human for their entire lives, and then released them, tagged, were able to track them for their life, discovered that it was working and that they were not going towards people, the program, and the government supported that, funded that, and outlawed DDT. So that kind of three-pronged approach is what got it done. And I would like to add the fourth prong of the citizen scientists,
and
everyday people, right?
Everyday people.
So really, government, nonprofits, scientists, and everyday people. That's what it takes to make a difference and save a species.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this is common around the world, but it seems as though for the past several decades, it's like people kind of got disconnected from their influence on the environment and the world, and we're taught to be consumers. We're taught to buy things. Computers, things that we buy have kind of an internal termination date, so that you'll have to buy a new one. It is a recyclable culture, but we weren't taught to recycle until much more recently. And so I think things like citizen science and these hands-on science fairs, museums, zoos are in a position now to re-educate people into how their everyday actions actually have an influence on the world. We're not just standing here and not having an influence on the world. I mean, right now we're using a bunch of power. Luckily, I think we're using either fluorescent lights, though. So
Speaking of which, I do want to go look at the Bricks for Earth exhibit real quick. I'll be right back.
If you're going to make us stay here, you need to bring people back for interviews.
Yeah, we're going to tell this person they have to come see us right after.
Great. All right.
Bring some Legos.
Find at least 2. You have to come back with 2 potential interviews, Justin.
Yeah. So that's such a good point.
If you're taking time off, you better bring something back, dude.
One of my favorite data points to talk to people about, especially when I'm talking to new volunteers or new staff at the zoo, is that 180 million people visit zoos and aquariums every year, and that's more than all of the people in the United States that go to every professional sport activity.
That's amazing.
Yes, that is a huge audience, and all of those people
think that people are only interested in sports.
Yeah. Jeez. Turns out zoos and aquariums are a big deal too.
Ooh, we're gonna talk to people. Awesome.
Yeah.
We have
a seat.
long-time minion.
Oh, that's fun. Fantastic. All right, would you like to have a seat? You can scoot in a little if you want. Who else do we have here?
This is my son, Logan.
All right, would you like to have a seat, Logan?
Thank you.
You're welcome. So, I know Blair's excited to stand up for a second. So, all right, tell us who you are.
My name's...
You gotta talk right up to the mic.
All right, my name's Frankie Light. This is my son, Logan. Hi.
Amy Light. Oh, Frankie, I think I saw you on Facebook. Did you say you were coming by?
I did.
That's awesome. Thanks for stopping by. I was like, wait, names the same on the internet and in the real world?
One of those rare times that happens.
Right. So, what were you excited about coming out to the fair for?
Robot domination.
We do appreciate the robot domination here at TWIS.
But just all the diversity of what's here, and just a lot of exciting, cool things.
Nice. And what are you excited about seeing anything in particular?
The biology bay.
Oh, cool. I don't even know what's over there. I've been stuck in this little corner, so maybe you can go find out what's happening over there and come back and tell me about it.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, awesome. And are you excited about anything in particular, Amy?
In the conservation, I was interested in the clean drinking water for people who don't have it, those kind of things.
That's a really interesting one. Recently, there's been so much news. People talked about Flint, Michigan being such a terrible drinking water quality. But there have been recent studies in California that all over California, the drinking water is even more contaminated with arsenic than in Flint, Michigan, because it's coming from groundwater, and so people are pumping it up out of wells, and it's getting more and more concentrated the more agriculture is moving water out of those underwater aquifers, and so people are getting more and more arsenic. And so there are communities all over the United States that probably have really, really dirty water, and we really don't know it. Rural communities especially, where they're just coming from the groundwater. But
ignorance is bliss.
Yeah. And water is such a huge issue. Like we're constantly talking about the distribution of water to different places, new membrane technologies to clean and filter water. We talk on the show a lot about, hormones from birth control pills and all of our pharmaceuticals ending up in the water. I don't know. We can't drink the water either. We can't eat the meat. We can't eat the plants anymore because they're sentient, and now we can't drink the water.
At least we can still breathe.
No, can't breathe either. No. It's all bad for us. Is there anything in particular for the water sustainability that you're looking for, or are you just looking to check it out?
Just checking it out. Just interested in checking it out.
Nice. Yeah. I mean, there's so many things also, like, what do you do as a family, like sustainability stuff just a minute ago, and what do you do as a family for sustainability? Water, like, little things from, short showers or turning off lights, or are you switching to LED bulbs, or I don't know.
We have LED bulbs and we garden, so we have a lot of our fruits and vegetables in the summer.
Recycle everything. I was even looking at the worm composting. I was looking that up.
Oh, that worm composting's awesome.
Yeah, you get a lot of good, like they call it the worm juice or the worm gold or something like that for your gardening also. Yeah, we try to be environmental, sustainable.
Yeah. Are you worried about the earth that you're going to be inheriting?
Yes, very much so.
I would be too. I mean, what have we done?
I think he's more concerned with the animals, not the humans.
Yeah.
I think that's a very good thing to be concerned about. Are you concerned at all about climate change?
Yes. Everything's just going to be flooded in
Yeah.
too long.
Water and weather is going to be changing.
Yeah.
The coasts are going to be flooded because the water levels are going to rise.
Yeah.
There's questions we're talking about where water is going to be available. There, are we going to run out of water in the Midwest? Are we going to run out of water in the Southwest? Are we going to experience another dust bowl?
Yeah.
What's going to happen? Are we all moving to Canada?
No, I think my son's afraid he's going to inherit chlamydia.
Climate. I know. We don't want to. We don't want that.
Yeah.
He's like, what, Dad?
He listens to the show with me a lot.
Good.
Yeah.
How long have you been listening to TWIS?
10 years?
10 years.
Yeah. I
Awesome.
click wheel iPod when I started listening.
Oh my. Yes. If you're watching right now, 10-year veteran, 10-year minion. It's great to meet you.
I was so excited when I heard you guys were coming. I was like, yeah, I get to meet you guys.
I did too. This was I knew somebody who worked with the organizing committee, and so they ended up inviting us over here, and we get to lose our voices for science.
You got a long day ahead of you here.
Yeah. Long day of talking. I don't know, it's gone by pretty fast. We've been here almost 3 hours talking almost nonstop, and it's all right. I think this is what we do.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't talk for that long, so good luck.
Thank you.
She's a talker.
There's a talker. That's right. All right. All right. Explore. Come back and report on what you liked most on Biology Bay if you remember to. I want to hear about that. And we'll we'll talk to you guys again today.
All right. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you so much for saying hi. I'm so excited. It's always, we do this internet thing and we never actually meet people in person. So it's wonderful.
Yeah, I like to think we're talking to people, but I never really know.
I know. Is anybody out there? Thank you so much. Are we? Yeah, we lost our signal. Thank you. That camera keeps dropping.
It's because my computer went to sleep.
Yeah, you want a sticker? There you go. Sticker patch, other things. All right, that was fun. It's always good to meet people who listen to TWIS. Oh my goodness, if you are at the Philadelphia Young Innovators Fair, you listen to TWIS, let us know. We want to know you're here. Don't just think that we're too busy to say hi, because we're not. We're just talking up here. We like saying hi to people. And I do want to find out what people are doing here at the fair. So something else sustainability-wise, Blair and I were talking about last night at the hotel. We're talking about educational opportunities for sustainable stuff. And we're talking about zoos. Earlier just now, we were talking about zoos and museums and how they educate even more people than sporting events, than those who go to sporting events. And additionally, hotels are now good educators for sustainability. And you might ask, what do you mean hotels are good educators for sustainability? Well, it turns out that hotels now are they're changing the way that they wash your sheets and blankets and can you make it big? Here, you're gonna make it big. There. Oh, it'll go to the big. It was just selected on top of my head. So hotels now, instead of automatically washing your clothes, not your clothes, your bedding and your sheets immediately, they now ask you to put a card on your bed if you want them washed. Otherwise, they're not going to wash your bedding. If you want your towels washed, drop them on the floor. If you hang them up, they will not wash them. And what is this teaching you? This is teaching you don't need to wash your stuff all the time, and it conserves water by choosing to not have everything washed every day. Now, yes, of course, you can be a clean neat freak and have all your bedding washed and request that to happen. But if hotels, which use a massive amount of water and put a lot of phosphates into the ground because of the phosphate containing detergents that they possibly use. Blair's looking at shoes. That was funny on the screen.
Window shade fail.
We've got a lot of things going on here. It's a lot of fun. We have a lot of things going on. I keep watching people come in and out. I want to find out about some more education opportunities in the sustainability realm. What are people teaching and what opportunities are out there?
Yeah, and the main thing is to make it the norm. You want to social norm these new methods, which we already do. Think about things like recycling. It's, 30 years ago, recycling was not normal. Recycling was not the default, but now recycling is the default. So basically you find yourself in a situation where you can't make it work. The people will always take, or in most cases, people will take the easiest route. So I was just having a conversation with someone recently about how in a classroom, in a bathroom, if you have, I noticed we have hand dryers here. If you have a hand dryer and you have paper towels, both in the restroom, most people will go for the paper towels because they're faster, right?
Right.
And that's what they're used to using. If you put the hand dryer next to the sink and you put the paper towels across the room, people will start to use the hand dryers more. And then
that's funny. So it's like that much more difficult to go use the paper towels because now you have to walk all the way across the room.
Yes. And so I've started to notice a lot of bathrooms now, they've started putting those kind of Dyson dryers, if anyone's used those. but they put them behind you when you're at the sink. And the sinks still have paper towels on either side of them. So people grab paper towels, turn around, and then notice the hand dryer. So part of social norming new and kind of normalizing new behaviors is making the new behavior easier than the old behavior.
Right.
Which
Yeah.
we see with technology all the time. The reason certain technologies catch on is because they make something that you used to do easier. If you take a technology and you add a click or you add a process to it, it's not going to catch on.
Yeah, adoption is going to be that much harder to make happen. And in terms of washing your hands, once upon a time, I used to straighten my hair, blow it dry, and straighten it. And of course, you know, I would have to wash my hands using a paper towel or the electric blowing dryer. Now that I'm into the wavy look, I use my hair to dry my hands.
Ooh.
It's the easiest. It refreshes my hairstyle.
Does your hair smell like soap?
And it's easier on the earth. No, my hair doesn't smell like soap.
Okay, just asking.
All right, I'm going to take a little lap around.
You should.
If people don't mind, I'm going to do a quick lap. It is almost noon. Now, we are going to be moving over to a stage at 1:30.
There we go.
The Lab Rat stage at 1:30 p.m. So probably in a little bit, we're going to be taking a little break here so that we will go over there and maybe grab food and that kind of stuff around 1 o'clock. So we've got about an hour left here. Then we'll be taking a little break in our stream for our live show and a little bit of lunch. And then we will be back at this afternoon. So we've got about another hour. Everybody, we are This Week in Science, and we are a weekly podcast. Science every single week. And you know what? We've already been here talking about science for 3 hours.
Oh,
Can you
that's
believe
only about 45 minutes more than normal.
It's true.
Here's where it gets hard.
True.
Except for that one time we did it for 21 hours.
Once we did have a 21-hour program. Yeah, we should do that again.
Yeah. We'll have to have a nap schedule because Justin fell asleep on air multiple times.
The look on your face when I said that is ridiculous.
I'm all for it.
About some science.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a quick
So
nap and break and get some water.
I just took a nice walk around this place.
What did you see?
I almost didn't come back.
Thank you.
I almost didn't come back.
Justin, you have a job to do.
So much going on out there right now. It's incredible. This place is packed with people of all ages, but there seems to be more kids than adults.
Yeah, there's lots of young people here.
And they are all actively engaged in checking out all the exhibits that are here. This place is pretty amazing. Pretty amazing event. I'm actually looking forward to at 12:30 on Performers Paradise on the Performers stage. It's sort of in the very middle of the place. Slime Time Live.
Slime Time Live? Is that like
Ghostbusters?
Oh, that's the Ghostbusters.
There's going to be a ghost busting performance. We may actually, I don't know how scientific ghost busting actually is, but
well, busting makes you feel
good. It still sounds pretty awesome. Yeah. Busting just makes you feel good.
Busting makes you feel good. That's pretty great. I was just thinking the other day, speaking of slime, about
wait.
About
but on the science stage at the same time in the Lab Rats lair, drones in the physics curriculum. That's also going to be hard.
We have to have a drone on later.
I have to be there also at 12:30.
Yeah, we should definitely have a drone on later. Ooh, I see an animal.
And which I don't know what that is, but I kind of have to know now.
Isn't that just a person with a needle and thread?
Oh, okay.
I feel like that's probably what that is.
It says something about super socks. Though.
Oh, okay.
I like socks. So
Well, yeah, I love socks.
I have robot socks on today.
Slime. So I was thinking about oobleck. Have you ever made oobleck with your kids?
Is that with the glue?
It's cornstarch and water.
So no,
and maybe Elmer's glue. I think Elmer's glue.
Yeah, Elmer's glue. Yeah.
Yeah, oobleck. So oobleck's really interesting because it's a non-Newtonian liquid, right?
Yeah, like you tap it and it becomes more firm, and then you let it go, and it's
non-Newtonian. Yeah, it's fascinating because so if you just kind of like turn the bowl, then it'll gush it'll kind of move like an ooze. But then if you slap it, it's hard.
Yeah.
It's non-Newtonian.
So don't use it for a swimming pool, because if you dive in.
Right. Ouch. That's the ultimate belly flop right there.
And then once you've belly flopped, you will, like quicksand, slowly get oozed in.
Right. Yes. So that would be an interesting way to go.
Now, right behind us is Biologist's Bay.
What did you see?
Biologist's Bay.
What did you see?
I missed Biologist's Bay. I was over on Builders Boulevard.
How could you not go to Biologist Bay?
I was in Builders
I don't
Boulevard.
think I can talk to you anymore.
I got pulled into a robotics retreat, and then, it's
So how could you not go to Biologist Bay to report back to me?
I missed it. I went the other way. Oh,
Well,
there's also
you know where I'm going
Sorcerer's Square.
What?
Sorcerer's Square. It sounds
Oh yeah,
very Harry
I'm
Potter.
going to definitely to Biologist Bay. I'm going to Sorcerer's
Conservationist
Square.
corner.
To Conservationist
I
corner.
like that. Put the
Definitely.
conservationists in the corner. And actually, they're not in the corner.
They're not in the corner.
Not even in a corner. But it's called Conservationist Corner.
Hey, guess what? All of us are conservationists. Everyone is a conservationist, or can be.
Some of us may be better than others.
Mm-hmm. We all can, though. Because together, we can save the world. It's true.
It is.
Also, I've heard the children are our future. They're here today. It's actually literally true, though. They are the future of science, which is pretty exciting.
Yes. Well, they have more future ahead of them, certainly, than you and I.
You don't know that. The singularity. I'm hoping that the robotics, what's it called, retreat, that they'll have an answer for me over there so that I can download my consciousness into a robot.
Robot Blair.
Yeah, so I can live forever. That's my plan.
I wonder if Robot Blair starts like becoming worried about conservation of other robots.
Oh,
less so on the animals.
Oh, I see.
You know, like robotic
polar bears. I don't think that's how it would work.
I have a feeling that's what it would be.
No.
Robot Blair is going to be like, let's put the consciousness of a polar bear into a robot polar bear.
No. Robot Blair would never do that. False. Do you have any more science you want to talk about?
No.
No. We have a lot of hours left, so hopefully you do. Let's see. What was something that I got really excited about recently? I reported on a few interesting things recently. But my page isn't loading.
What?
Do you want to talk about something?
What was it? It was so interesting.
Thank you so much. It's
that you've now completely forgotten
is
about.
lagging.
You just didn't do enough pruning.
I didn't do enough pruning. My computer didn't do enough pruning, I think is what happened.
What's going on?
I'm trying to find a story, but my internet didn't want to load.
Yeah, I need to fix our internet.
Oh, I like this story. So a couple weeks ago, I talked about tadpoles. So frogs are pretty interesting parents for a few reasons. So frogs are amphibians. They're known for having porous eggs. So instead of like a chicken egg we were talking about earlier has that hard shell.
Mm-hmm.
Frogs and other amphibians have eggs that are very tiny, and also they're porous, like fish eggs. They're like a sponge on the outside. So they have to be in water or they'll dry out. So amphibians have a tough job in that they need to find a place to lay eggs that's nice and wet, or they won't get eaten.
Very important not to be eaten when you're...
Yes, very important to not get your eggs eaten. Beyond that, it becomes more difficult when they become tadpoles, when they come out of the eggs, because then if the tadpoles don't find food fast enough, they start to eat each other. So the parent's job, usually the dad, the frog dad's job, is to go to the little pool where they deposited their eggs to grow up into tadpoles, and to transfer the tadpoles one or two at a time from their back. The little tadpoles hop onto dad's back, and then they find a different pool to deposit the tadpole in. So he kind of separates them out. So he's saying, you go to your room, and you go to your room, and you go to your room. Stop fighting.
It's also spreading the chances of survivability.
Yes, absolutely. So the likelihood that one of those pools will have all the right resources for them. They're hedging their bets, as it were, for sure. So a recent study looked at what happens when the dad doesn't come right away. So if you're a tadpole and you're waiting to be rescued by dad, you're about to get beaten up or even eaten by your brothers and sisters, and dad doesn't come, turns out tadpoles, they'll jump onto pretty much anybody's back. So as I call it, any port in a storm, right? So these tadpoles would jump onto other species of frogs, other, male, female, they don't care, any frog at all. They'll jump onto their back. But they will not jump onto the back of a fake frog. They know the difference.
Interesting. How do they know the difference?
Great question. We don't know. Maybe that's the next study. But the fake frog, I think, was plastic. So there's something about, I don't know if it's the skin or if it's the smell or chemoreception. I would guess it has to do with that. I would guess that the frogs kind of shimmy down into the pool to allow the tadpoles to jump on. So there's no chemical transfer, I would guess, in the water from the frog to the tadpole. That would be my guess, but I think that they would have to do some research to figure out exactly what it is about the plastic frog that that the tadpoles know that it's a no-go, essentially. So that's it's very interesting for a few reasons. One being that how we categorize these animals as having this very specific behavior, that the dads go to the pool to pick up tadpoles. But maybe it's actually the other way around, and it's the tadpoles developed this behavior of jumping onto a back.
Yeah.
And it's the dads are near.
Just doing what they normally do.
Right. So then I start to wonder, how many times have we observed this behavior? What percentage of the time are they hopping on the dad's back, and what percentage of the time are they just hopping on anybody's back? So this is kind of a reverse. So
that's right. If it's in the lab and you've just got the family,
right?
There you go.
So it all started, I think, from an observation out in the wild. But the question is whether they saw this once and went, "Oh, this makes perfect sense. This is what this species does," and then they kind of would see that again and again, or if it's something they saw in a lab, right? So from there, the question is if it's the dad coming to the pool, or if it's the tadpoles trying to get out, or if it's both, or which came first. There's lots of like questions that arise from this study, because once it's clear that they'll jump on any frog, then is that something that evolved secondarily as males started to disappear? It's a very interesting kind of chicken and egg question.
So this is sort of interesting. I've gone through and looked at all this amazing, innovative stuff. We've got robotics labs all over the place. We've got one robot that's launching frisbees at a castle. That's pretty wild. And all of this is being done with the technology that we have today. There's a team, including several Carnegie scientists. They've developed a form of ultra-strong, lightweight carbon, also elastic and electrically conductive. Brand new material being invented now. So one of the things, like our show is constantly covering things that are just coming out. And all of this is available. All you need to do is Google Science News, and there are thousands of stories every month of new stuff that's just being discovered or just being implemented in the scientific world. We're seeing a lot of applied science. I love it. There's There's I think it's for what is it? The angular momentum. There's a booth to angular momentum here. That's fantastic.
Just picking random stories now.
Mm-hmm.
What if you talk about something we haven't talked about before? Yeah. All right.
Well, you were just talking about materials, right? So let's talk about plastic for a second.
I know this is one of your favorite materials on the planet.
Yeah, plastic. So plastic, it's everywhere, it turns out. There are new technologies coming out to help remove plastic from the water column. It would be great to just stop it from getting there to begin with.
So we're familiar with plastics that are in like everything that we touch.
Everything.
Now,
When
it's
you
made out
wash
of
your
plastic.
clothes, there are plastics that go out into the water.
But what you're talking about is micro.
Yeah, so
plastics.
when you wash your clothes, microplastic. So if you have fleece, you know, a lot of people know fleece is made out of old plastic.
Yeah.
Usually, it's recycled. It's made from petroleum, and so when you wash that, teeny tiny pieces end up in the water column. We don't have filtration systems advanced enough to pull that stuff out before it gets out into the ocean. That's something definitely I would hope some innovators would be working on soon. So there's definitely a future in plastic extraction, if anyone's interested in looking into that. But looking at salt, we were looking at this on an episode recently. Sea salts actually come with microplastic now because it's just everywhere in the ocean. So it's not anything that they think is a health risk at this point, but it's a great reminder that bioaccumulation is really the problem. So there's a teeny tiny bit of plastics in our salt. They found some. It's, again, nothing that we personally should be worried about from a health risk standpoint. But if you're a fish in the ocean, you're a filter feeder, you're swimming, you're a little sardine, you're swimming with your mouth open, and you're grabbing little zooplankton and little krill or whatever else that you're grabbing to eat, you're also going to get a dose of plastics. And again, for that individual animal, it's not too much. But then if you're a larger fish, if you're a sheephead, a California sheephead, let's say, one of my favorite fish, you eat a whole bunch of sardines. Now you have, let's say you ate 10 sardines for lunch. You have 10 times of a very tiny amount of plastic. Then eats 4 sheepheads for lunch. Now we have 40 times the amount of plastic, right? So bioaccumulation. So we were talking about trophic levels before, kind of in the opposite way. When you're going up the trophic levels, you can bioaccumulate all of these plastics. So we're still starting to learn kind of what the impact of that is. Identifying all of the places where plastics exist and where they're coming from is a really important part of science and a really burgeoning, it's a growing part of science right now because we're trying to figure out where is it coming from and what are the effects, and then how can we remove it.
So microplastic is polluting the ocean. Get out of there.
How do we get it out of there? One of my favorite stories actually is about something called the ocean array. Was invented by a teenager. So the ocean array, it actually is, it's shaped kind of like a giant chevron. You've got giant V. Just glides along the top of the ocean, and it collects plastic.
So do the microplastics tend to float to the surface then?
So this one works mostly for larger pieces. So ocean trash, like in the gyres. Yeah. So if anyone's familiar with the idea of gyres, there are 5 actual ocean gyres. Those are kind of circulation systems, kind of like giant whirlpools that are just part of the ocean current system. And so a lot of ocean plastic and trash gets trapped in the ocean gyre. So you just kind of have this whirlpool where they're hanging out, kind of like all of the hair in your bathtub collects right over the drain, let's say.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So anyway, the gyres are where a lot of the larger ocean trash ends up.
Right.
As it swirls around this gyre, it gets broken up into tiny pieces. So a lot of microplastics were once big plastics in the ocean. And so the ocean array actually pulls some of those bigger pieces out.
I've seen stuff like this where there's like islands of floating plastic in some places in the ocean.
Yeah.
So these are in the middle of those gyres?
Yes, absolutely. There are a few others, but
that looks
mostly
like an awesome spaceship. What is it?
it looks like an awesome spaceship.
Oh,
That's the ocean
it
array.
landed on the ocean.
Yeah, that's the ocean array. So I would love to, let me see if I can do it. I'm having a lot of trouble with my displays today, but I think I can do it. So right here is the ocean array.
The hotspot has run out of its 4G coverage and we ran out of minutes, and so it's now down to 3G only. So I need to buy more data for that. You can try the Oaks, you can try the event Wi-Fi, see if that's faster. Sorry, no, it's for the interruption. But no problem. Yeah.
So here's the ocean array. So it does look like a fancy spaceship. And this is the inventor, Boyan Slat, who started working on this one. I think he was 14 when he started. He's from
So there's a
Scandinavian country. I forget.
young innovator right there.
Yes.
Seeing his idea put into.
So he saw a problem, ocean plastics, and he designed a new solution for it. So there's this awesome array that sweeps out ocean plastic. And if I was an investor, I would be investing, among other things, in new filtration systems for water treatment to pull out microplastics. Because some things we can correct, like microbeads. We figured out now. Whoops, maybe we shouldn't put tiny plastic balls in our soap.
And everything.
My bad. So we're starting to use less things with microbeads. But certain things like the plastics that are shed off of our clothing, I'm not going to stop washing my clothes, and that's not what we want people to do. But we can figure out a way to pull out the plastics before they enter the water column. So the ocean array is a great example of a young innovator who figured out how to use technology to solve an environmental problem.
Yeah, this is there's another story, not related to plastics, but related to young innovators who have seen problems and then tried to solve them. More recently, the Intel Science Fair, there was one of the finalists was from Portland, Oregon. Yeah, and what he saw as a student in his community was that salmon were no longer coming to spawn in the stream that was near his house. It wasn't a large stream, but in the Pacific Northwest, salmon make their way up rivers to streams and kind of very, very far into these little tributaries. And so what he saw was that over his childhood, fewer and fewer salmon were making it to this little tributary. And he also at one point saw that there were lots more geese coming in and ducks, and there was a lot of algae showing up, and it just was green and kind of overgrown. And community at a certain point that area of the stream, they got rid of the ducks and the geese, and the water cleared up. And they made some other efforts to clean the water that was entering the waterway in their community, and salmon came back.
Wow.
And so he ended up doing an experiment looking at different ways that water and other and different routes for contamination to enter these small waterways, and how that affects the salmon, the fish and the other life forms that can come and use that. And so he's actually gotten involved in environmental causes and helping communities figure out how they can clean their waterways so that they can enable a re-diversification of the population that's there, the ecological habitat.
Yeah, I mean, fish like fresh water. I mean, or clean water.
Yeah.
Not necessarily. There's fish that obviously don't live in fresh water.
Yeah, so it's the seeing a problem, watching how it, observing how it gets its start, kind of how it goes, and then how to fix it. What can we do to actually change things? What do we have the power to change? Jessica Young won the Intel ICEF Best Category Award in Animal Sciences this year for her study of synthesis of a soy protein hydrogel for invasive snail control in agricultural settings.
Oh, yeah!
So this is using a soy protein to control keep away these invasive snails. Let's see, what else have people done? Shantu Jacketti, also in Florida, sustainable mosquito control, a chemical-free, low-cost approach to controlling Aedes aegypti, a vector of Zika virus. Yeah, there's very interesting stuff. A lot of kids working on very applicable questions and being rewarded for their work. I love the Intel Science Fair. It's just that if you can make the Intel Science Fair, you're doing some really amazing work, some really amazing science.
Well, and I'll be very interested to see what happens when the whole next generation science standards are being implemented fully throughout the country, hopefully. Because since they're addressing real world problems and trying to design real world solutions, we might actually see some real world solutions coming out of elementary, middle, or high school classrooms. How great would that be? That you could say, such and such elementary school from Phoenixville found out how to make a better water filter to pull out microplastics. That would be so cool. You could actually see, wouldn't it be neat if you could actually see a classroom come up with a possible solution to a real world problem, and even better, take the next step and then connect the scientists.
Yeah, there is a program out of MIT, I believe, that's it works on this collaborative effort where there are various levels to it, where it's based on climate change teaching. So it's an integrative method that gets kids learning about climate change and also going out and doing research themselves in their communities to see how various things like rainfall or weather have been in a coastal community, looking at how salinity in the ocean, acidity in the ocean's pH levels, looking at fisheries and trash and plastics, and getting kids out into the environment projects. And then the MIT platform actually allows the kids to communicate with others in the world who are working on similar projects, actually collaborate with other students in other schools on their research projects.
Nice.
And then they can also ask questions of researchers and get professional scientist input within this collaborative research online community that makes the world smaller.
That's so important because that's actually how so much of science is done.
Yeah.
We cover a lot of times we start out a study with an international group of scientists, blah, 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 because it's usually not just one scientist working alone, but a team of scientists from multiple universities and often from multiple countries working together on a problem.
Yeah, right now we are looking out at a lot of people from Philadelphia who are interested in learning more about the sciences and what's out there. A lot of kids getting inspired, hopefully, to go home, do their own projects, ask their own questions, try things out, and maybe embark on a future in science, maybe embark on a future in art, maybe embark on whatever future, but hopefully it's one that involves curiosity and creativity. Like you mentioned, the new educational standards, the science educational standards, and just across the board, I know that the initial rollout was very difficult for teachers and for students. especially not necessarily in kindergarten, because kindergarten is kind of like the starting point for everything, and so it's the beginning. But for the rollout, it didn't have a staggered rollout. It was just everybody, you're going to be doing this level stuff in this grade, and so all of a sudden the math was harder because it was different for sixth graders, and the teachers had to get it right away, and the students had to get it right away. But but now it's been a couple of years, and so I hope that it's getting easier, and that the strategy that people who put together Frankie Light, come back. Justin wants a picture.
No, I got the.
So they have the same cell phone cover.
I can speak to what's going on in California because that's what I'm most knowledgeable about, since I run education programs that have to adhere to the new standards. So I've had to be kind of ensconced in the process. But it's very interesting because first you adopt, right? So you're saying, yes, we like the standards. We will at some point do the standards, right? But then you have to plan, you have to implement, and you have to set up a testing system, right? Because all of this ultimately has to come down to state testing too, right? Because that's how you track the learning of what's happening with the new system.
And how do you track creativity and curiosity?
Yes, that's the question, which is fascinating. So kind of goes through the standards. They have to make certain decisions, such as K through 5, fairly straightforward, not too much editing to do. But for middle school, each state and each district within that state has the opportunity to do specified or integrated subject matter in middle school. So you can either do middle school physics, engineering, and biology kind of all at once, or you can do it sixth grade you do physics, seventh grade you do biology, sort of thing.
And honestly, I'm largely opposed to a lot of this. I wish there was a way to create a more flexible system.
That's a great way to start any sentence.
I know. I'm generally opposed to everything that you're talking about.
No, in a way, because when we're talking about these standards, for instance, a perfect example was the young lady we had visit us this morning, who not interested in chemistry but loved physics.
Right.
There should be a way for your interests, like you say, your creativity, but also your interest in a subject to propel you further down that direction at an accelerated pace.
However, they're related, right?
Everything is related.
That's why if you get a biology degree, you need a certain amount of chemistry and physics in your portfolio, right? So so they say either integrated or specific approach. I see there's a spaceman coming.
There's a spaceman walking toward us. Hello, astronauts.
Yeah.
There's an astronaut.
Yeah, would you like to come up on stage?
We're going to be joined by an astronaut now.
Okay. I'll talk more about science later.
Science education.
Because I could talk about that for hours. Shocking.
We have hours, so that's all right. We have an astronaut here. Let's see let me make sure I've got you in this frame. Facebook, you might be able to see it. We've got our astronaut from Johnsville Centrifuge and Science Museum. Yay! And that's Blair. I'm Kiki. It's very nice to meet you. Are we able to talk with you? No. Because there's no air in space. Well, there's very little air in space. We have crowd control. We'll have the astronaut joined by ground control. This is perfect. Questions about what you're doing here. Here, what is the Johnsville Centrifuge and Science Museum doing here at the Young Innovators Fair?
Well, it's raising money for the museum itself.
And are you the astronaut handler?
I'm the astronaut handler. Yes, I am. So it's a great website. So go to the website, take a look at their website, and if you can donate, it would be a great cause.
What is the website? What is the website?
Well, if you look on the form, it talks about all the different things, and it goes to schools, and he provides.
Here we go. NADCmuseum.org. It's NADCmuseum.org for the Johnsville Centrifuge and Science Museum. Oh, wow. There it is. It's right here.
He's well branded.
Branded. What kind of things are at the museum that that you're working on getting funding for?
Well, if you look, there's the one centrifuge. If you look at that one form right there, it'll talk about right there where it's talking about where back in 1958, where the original astronauts, when they were training, they sat on that.
And they got spun. This is what spun the astronauts around during their training for their time in space to get used to the high G's. Vomit when you're going to space. No. This is why we have centrifuge training. This is great. This kind of a museum, getting in touch with the youth, can maybe excite them to be astronauts one day. Yeah. And we know that NASA was just choosing their new class of astronauts, right? We have a few new astronauts, or they're in the process of the finalists right now. So exciting.
Maybe there's some new astronauts that are here. Great place to look is right here at that website, and we can get some astronauts from here to go there.
Yes. Well, I love meeting astronauts. Thank you so much for coming up on the stage. Johnsville Centrifuge and Science Museum, inspiring future astronauts in America. Woo! Thank you.
Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you for stopping by. Yeah. Careful going down the stairs. We have many tripping hazards for astronauts, and there's a lot of gravity still here on Earth.
Justin's walked around like 3 times. I haven't left the stage yet.
That's because he's Justin. This is what happens. Oh, this is cool. Yeah. NADCmuseum.org.
So the long story short on the science standards
Back to
is
the
kind
science
of
standards,
that
yes.
they've so a state adopts the standards, but then they actually need to make an action plan. So some states and some districts, really a lot of districts, it comes down to them in particular, they hire a nonprofit or a company, or they contract somebody to design curriculum, because teachers aren't instantly going to be able to teach new standards, right?
Right.
So they need tools, they need a kit, they need a plan, they need an action plan. So they get an action plan, and then they also have to adjust their testing. And the tests obviously do need to be very different. They're going to be very practical. It's going to be a lot more about comprehension of processes and about solutions-based, and it's going to be a lot less scantrons. There are less scantrons in our children's future.
Good.
I'm very excited about it.
Yeah, we were talking before, you asked the question of whether or not it would be more integrated learning with all the subjects together. I mean, that's like more question-based or project-based learning, where you have a question, you design an experiment or a project around that question, and you follow it wherever it takes you. If it's into chemistry, if it's into physics, if it's into history, you know, it puts all the different educational paradigms together if it's project or question-based. Whereas you can also teach from, this is chemistry, we're going to teach you chemistry, but then maybe it will lead into questions about biology or physics, you know?
Yeah, and I do love that middle school, because first of all, you can reach every child no matter what their interest is throughout the year. So even if it's supposed to be a year of physics and they don't like physics, or not care as much, right? The whole
that's
year.
Going to push, then that's going to push kids away from the sciences.
Right. And if it's integrated and you give a project and you like to engineer, it'll give you a chance to engineer, right? And then kind of when you move on to high school, you have the opportunity to more categorize yourself a little bit more. It's kind of just in middle school to put out feelers and try different stuff, which I think in middle school, that's the time to do that. And then in high school, if you want to kind of
specialize,
allow more specialization, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, research in general, coming from the university academic environment myself, I mean, you go into this phase of specialization for your PhD, where you dig down into one particular question in one particular discipline. However, as you do that, you also have to, there are many projects that require collaboration with people with other skill sets. You might not have the skill sets necessary to answer the questions that you want to ask. And so suddenly you're digging down into your very, very specialization, but then you need to reach out. And so what used to be these walls between disciplines and academia are coming down. They're falling down, and integration is happening much more often. And actually, grants that integrating different disciplines are getting higher scores now in the granting agencies. And so you see, biologists suddenly working with chemists and with environmental scientists be able to ask questions, and they get awarded grants more often because of these integrative approaches. And so you have your specialization, you reach out, but it's all about finding the thing that makes you passionate.
Yeah, absolutely. And finding other people who are passionate and working together.
Yes. Justin, what did you see on your romps? Where did you go? What did you see?
I saw a very long line at the food court going to get coffee.
That's all you see.
That's all I saw. There's confidence. This place is jam-packed. Fun-looking stuff going on everywhere. There's all kinds of hands-on projects. Build your own Lego figurines. There's lots of, you could go build a mini Blair.
John Cosmer, who's watching on Facebook, Glimmerglass Radio, Green News, he says hello. We were talking about some sustainability stuff before. Hello to Marshall and Kai, if you're still watching. Hi! Long. You guys end up doing some other stuff. Hey, Janisku in the chat. What else is there? I don't know if Arnlore is anymore. We got Arnlore out. Huffer. Hash, SMB in Florida, the Neuro. It's hashtag TWIS to get into room, web.net if you want to get in the chat room. Who else is out there? Who's watching on YouTube? KKA. Yeah, we've got the ability to fix point in time. Thank you. I wish I could. We're working on a system that we've got.
We have a quick announcement.
Hey, people in the chat rooms. What?
It's being put out that we should guests are eating soft-shelled turtle egg. There's been a spread of cholera.
I wouldn't eat turtle eggs anyway, but I know some people do.
You are supposed to eat uncooked turtle eggs when you're
That's soft-shelled turtle eggs.
Yeah.
We had a small cholera outbreak earlier.
No, dear. I don't want to get cholera from turtle eggs. Terrible. Now, we keep having to take breaks and do walkabouts, and this is pretty fun. We each need to get out and about and see what's going on there. I'm going to wave. Hello. People walking by. So, dinosaurs. I like dinosaurs. You like dinosaurs?
I think they're pretty awesome.
So, dinosaurs, feathers. Blair's having a hard time walking away because I brought up dinosaurs and feathers. I'll bring up the bird intelligence story while you're gone, too. All right, so a recent study out looking at fossilized dinosaur skin. Looking at different parts of T-Rex bodies, found that T-Rexes were most likely covered in scales, not feathers.
I think this is juveniles, though. Is it an adult or a juvenile? Because that's the picture I always got, was that it's the baby T-Rexes that have some amount of feathery plumage. But I guess there was question as to whether or not they kept them to adulthood.
There's the question. Well, now we know that they do not, and they have scales. Although the backs, they don't have fossilized representations of the skin from the backs of these T-Rexes. For whatever reason, this part, maybe it's more exposed more often, but that skin is lost to science for the most part. And so we don't know if there are feathers along the spinal region of the T-Rex. But now we know that adult T-Rexes were covered in scales. I have evidence, though, there's feathers and proto-feathers all over many different cousins of the T-Rex. And so this made scientists ask the question of whether or not there were feathers on T-Rexes. Is this something that is common across this clade of dinosaurs? And the answer is no. T-Rexes got rid of it. They don't need no stinking feathers.
The closest living relative to the Tyrannosaurus Rex today, the chicken,
which is covered in feathers. But that chicken came from a cousin
There's
of the
a lot of
T-Rexes.
evolution.
There's a lot of evolution in between.
In between.
But the idea is that the new hypothesis that scientists are putting forward is that T-Rexes didn't need feathers like their cousins because they were much bigger. And the bigger body size made them warmer and and less requiring of insulation that the feathers would give.
But every time, but just every time you eat chicken, keep in mind, this is as close to the taste of a T-Rex as you can go. And I think it's probably a little bit of sweet revenge, too. T-Rexes were probably bubbling up left and right.
Yeah, T-Rexes were
now
probably
the
gobbling them up all the
evolutionary
time.
tides have turned.
Now
we shall feast upon T-Rex.
we shall eat their chicken cousins. Oh my goodness. We talked about this on the show this last week. I thought it was a really fun story. The idea, moving on from dinosaurs, continuing in dinosaurs, maybe it was a couple of weeks ago, researchers studying crocodiles, and they trapped crocodiles, they lassoed them, and then they got these giant crocodiles to bite onto something very similar. It's a force transducer, but something very similar to a bathroom scale.
Okay.
They got them to bite
down, see how
much force
was imparted.
the jaw imparted, and then they looked at different balls and they calculated how much force different size skulls would be able to impart, the maximum amount of force these crocodiles would be able to impart, and then they used this information to come up with a completely different study relating to the bite force of T-Rexes.
Oh, okay, because this is a great question, because, T-Rex, obviously very big, obviously giant skull.
Yeah.
A question of how much force they really needed to bite, if they're a scavenger to rip off,
Right. They had little tiny arms and a big to
Yeah.
And Blair was talking earlier about the mastication in horses and how they have these giant jaw muscles to be able to impart to chew a lot. So the same thing was happening in the T-Rex. The T-Rex jaw of allowing for massive the point of the 401,000 pounds per square inch of, and then extrapolating out mouth and the force of the entire mouth biting, the T-Rex jaw could bite with a force of 8,000 pounds. I can't do that. I wish I could.
As I'm looking at this T-Rex skull, the jaw doesn't look nearly as pronounced as that of the horse. But then you've got the top of the skull, a lot more muscle attachment. Is more pronounced. So the overall biting force would be greater.
It would be greater. There's nothing greater. I'm going to turn down the bandwidth on my feed. Maybe the feed, they're saying the feed went away in the chat room. Said it went away. Oh, no, they're talking about this. Is the feed there, you guys? We got some feed? T-Rex skull. So anyway, T-Rexes, massive amount of bite force. I mean, you would expect it with a head that big, right? Their jaw's huge. They're not nibbling.
8,000 pounds, though. Why would you need? What could you possibly be
To
eating?
crush bones.
Oh, getting right through them.
Getting into the marrow.
Yeah.
To just crush the bones to be able to get to the nutritional marrow inside the bones.
So
and
this
maybe
is-
possibly even eat the bones themselves.
So maybe this is one creature, as we've learned a lesson from, I think, multiple dinosaur world. Maybe the Jurassic Park's Jurassic World. Maybe this is one creature we shouldn't bring back.
The T-Rex?
Yeah, you know, like, let's go.
Maybe we can
something
pass
on a little
on.
smaller scale.
Yeah, I love
More
the
manageable. Vegetarian, maybe.
the research from a few years back where researchers they weren't exactly trying to resurrect the dinosaur by messing with the genes of the chicken. You know, we talk
Oh,
about
yeah,
how
but they
related the
dialed back.
chicken is.
They dialed it back.
Yeah, so they're able to dial back the clock, so to speak, and have chickens with
Form eggs. Form teeth.
form teeth and change their behaviors and change their developmental pattern slightly by messing with the molecules of development. And so
I would love to have chicken with teeth. That would be
a little creepy.
Yeah.
Would it be a meat eating? If it had teeth, would it then be a meat eating chicken?
I think it would try. I think they're constantly trying, and no teeth. I'll peck at something else. Still no teeth. I think as soon as you let chickens have teeth, they'll be all about chasing
it.
cats around.
La 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 la.
Visiting cats in the neighborhood mystery has been solved. Kiki's giant toothed chicken was discovered.
What just being? Darn it. Well, I gotta get more data on my Wi-Fi plan. We're starting to have some Wi-Fi difficulties. Like, I understand that would happen as more people got here. So we'll see how we can make this work and keep the feed going.
This place is packed full of people streaming, uploading,
doing all sorts of
plenty to
stuff.
see.
Yeah. We have all sorts of science going on. I wonder if Blair is finding people to talk to. Do you think Blair's finding people to talk to?
Yeah, probably in the stall next door.
What other fun stuff is going on out in the world? I'm going to go to Science with a Twist, which is moderated by Ed Dyer. As he does the Twist Minion Hangout, which is a really fun hangout every week. Oh yeah, Pamela posted, our Australian friend Pamela, she posted in Science with a Twist this week about some birds from Australia that these birds create. This is research out of Macquarie University, is the very first nest, and that the very was made in Australia, and that birds across the world make nests derived from this nest type that was first created by birds in Australia.
How long ago? When was the first nest?
We're talking millions of years ago. It's 40 million years ago, and this is
40 million years ago is
Yeah.
our oldest known nest. And it
more
was
than
in
40
Australia.
million years ago is when it evolved. Sirens first came to be, the songbirds, and the cup shape, the open cup nest, and they open cup nest is one that was in Australia. So Australia innovating 40 million years ago on nests.
Nothing since.
This is a really interesting, the bird nest is a very interesting adaptation of birds to protect their young, and different nests have arisen throughout time. So probably the first kind of nest that we saw from dinosaurs is the scrape. And that's basically just a shallow depression in the dirt maybe rocks slightly moved out of the way to make room for eggs in between them. It's usually not anything that's got soft. It usually doesn't have soft material in it or anything. It's just dirt on the ground. And that's probably the original nest type coming from dinosaurs. And then throughout the years, incubation and predation pressures led to the development of many different types of nests. Among them, open shape, which evolved several different times in different lineages, as I said. The chat room is saying Dino's had to walk uphill both ways. And Blair's walking back. There's no hills inside this building, though. Except the downhill slide to a love of science. Come up with this stuff. I'm sorry.
Newest farmers are at highest risk of contracting monkey malaria.
Yeah.
Others are in Malaysia.
No farmers here. Oh, one big question that researchers are looking at now. So there was a recent Ebola in Africa, and outbreaks from time to time. You know, you have these small outbreaks, many times uncontrollable, and they are not a big problem, but other times they are very huge, like the one from a couple of years ago, which was very hard to contain, finally contained a little less than a year ago. This more recent outbreak, though, has led researchers into really trying to figure out the Ebola. Where does it live? Who are the animals that hold Ebola and keep it circulating, from which can jump from species to species? And they think it's bats. It's always bats.
They always blame the bats.
Well, it seems to be
the bats.
The trail does seem to be pointing back to bats yet again. That bats and their droppings and their interactions with other animals, even with deer, and then primates.
But where do the bats?
Because the primates, the bats infect the deer infect the gorillas. Maybe the gorillas or the chimpanzees will maybe eat deer or other small animals, and then potentially become infected. And then bushmeat is hunted, and the infected animal is brought into a little township.
I feel like
So it sounds like the problem's not bats. The problem is bushmeat.
The problem is bushmeat.
Well, hang on,
exactly.
hang on. What do first is something that bats and chimps both eat. If these are
fruit, if it's fruit, maybe fruit
or insects.
Insects. Yeah. Let it roll.
I mean, look, whenever we're trying to track down one of these reservoirs, we need to look further down into the diets of what these things share in common with each other. I bet you it's going to end up being an insect. Something that doesn't maybe bite people or bite anything, but is eaten by.
Here, I'll read it to you.
Yes, please read us this. Kiki,
Read
tell
us
us
a
the
story, will
story.
you?
According to an article in Science magazine, the Ebola virus infects multiple mammal species but kills most of them. Bats are thought to be its reservoir, where it waits harmlessly until conditions favor its emergence. Researchers are tracing the paths along which it might then spread. It's also thought that there are additional unknown hosts, potentially insects, like you're talking about. I would not guess insects, though.
I would.
But you did, yes. But they're saying that the modes of transmission between the bats and the chimpanzees are contact with the droppings of an infected animal, consuming the meat of an infected animal, contact with dead bodies of infected animals, contact with, in the human sense, contact with infected medical equipment, contact with infected living entities, and then ingesting fruit that's partially eaten by an infected animal. So there are multiple modes of transmission that are potential for this particular disease.
So to recap, what we learned today, real hot mic here. To recap what we learned today,
don't eat anything, don't drink anything, and don't touch anything. That's what we learned today.
That's right. Especially not dead bats in Africa.
Yeah, maybe don't touch any dead bats.
Yeah. We can always hope, you know.
Because you're talking chimps, but really a lot of it's monkeys that we're talking about is the bushmeat. It's smaller
much
critters. So,
smaller primates.
so these aren't likely themselves eating bats
Which
or
reminds
getting into
me-
violent contact with bats. So
Very
they're
important.
both eating the same fruits. That one makes sense. But I like the insect one too because I think that's a good part of the diet of both. And then I think that's more of a vector source than a fruit would be. A fruit is a transmission.
It's a transmission, but not the
It's not the-
source.
yeah.
Or the, yeah.
Yeah, so that's reminding me though of the story that you talked about, Dustin, recently. I'll see if I can find it about how to interact with monkeys in the wild.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and that people.
reading rhesus expressions.
Yeah, so we know, loyal listeners to TWIS knows, that
Leia's here.
when you smile, it's actually a sign of aggression in monkeys. But
yeah,
a lot of people
But
don't know
people
that.
don't know that,
They
and
think
so
the
they
monkey's
might-
being cute.
Monkeys being
right?
nice and cute.
Yeah.
So, haha.
Yes. Yes, we have royalty here.
We're being visited by all the Star Wars people today. It's fantastic. All right, Princess Leia, what are you doing at the Young Innovators Fair?
I'm at two different booths, so I'm helping run the Eastern Pennsylvania Robotics Alliance booths where they're shooting and driving robots with kids, as well as over in the Blaster Trooper booth with Garrison Kurita for the Rebel Legion.
Are you blasting troopers yourself?
No, I'm in there getting shot.
Oh, that's a bummer. Princess Leia's not supposed to get shot.
I stand there and point at the Stormtroopers and hope for the best.
Right. So tell me, we've talked about the Blasted, the fundraiser that you're doing currently, but with the Stormtrooper that was here. But tell me about the Robotics Foundation.
So we are a robotics program that is for kindergarten through 12th grade. We're located in Delaware County. We run both all-year programs and summer camps. So our all-year round programs are based off of age level, and every age level actually gets to go to competition. With that, we actually have our high school age level team, which has actually made it to World Championships before.
Nice.
It's a pretty great thing. We have people able to come in and drive robots. They actually get to shoot our Frisbee and dodgeball shooting robot. We have our regional winner robot actually on display. So it's the first time she's been working in like 2 years. And then we also are talking about our summer camps that we're running. We're running 10 weeks of summer camp all throughout the summer. Everything from the science of explosions to the science of Star Wars to space camp, robotics camps, lots of different options.
That's really fun. What were you going to say?
Our program is actually made up of 3 different nonprofits. So our overhead nonprofit is the Eastern Pennsylvania Robotics Alliance, which is actually a parent group created to allow the expansion of robotics programs in the area, as well as governing bodies of Girl Scouts, which run our all-girls teams, and 4-H of Delaware County, which runs our co-ed teams.
All right, so it's a lot of collaboration between different organizations to make it happen.
Very worth it.
Very worth it, absolutely. In terms of the different age groups that you've got, I mean, the skill level of high schoolers, I can see they're going to be building pretty complex robots. They're putting a lot of thought into it. I have a kindergartner going into 1st grade. He has an interest in robots, but what could he build? What could he do? What do you do with the younger kids?
Okay, so for our K through 3 program, what they do is each year they get a challenge, and the challenge is a theme. So my very first year of coaching was Disaster Blaster, and they had to pick a natural disaster that they wanted to learn about and present about. So what they did was my group learned about tornadoes. So they went through and then they built a Lego model of a tornado, but they learned how to program and they learned how to do those things with a very simple programming language to give them that introduction into STEM, learning about gears and motors, as well as teamwork.
Fun.
Our 4th through 8th grade program is one step up from that, and their challenge always matches the younger kids' challenge. So the year of that, the older challenge was Nature's Fury. And what they did was each year they have a robot that they have to design and create 2 tasks on a board, as well as
they have to solve a world problem based on the year's challenge. So for Nature's Fury, one of our groups did flooding, and they created a box that would sit down in the creek, and when the creek rises to a certain level, it would text the people on the street near the creek for them to move their cars. So
it's flooding, move your car, don't have a flooded car.
As well as they have a whole third of their score is based on how they treat each other, our core values. So that's a huge part, is learning how to be gracious and learning how to work with others, because that's important in the work world, and sometimes that's not always shown through other sports. This is the sport for the mind, and they need to understand to be able to work in the working world.
That's fantastic. So instilling life helpful values as skills.
Yeah, it really does help you in the long run. I actually just graduated from high school yesterday.
Congratulations.
I actually started this program in 7th grade when the program was created. And I had no idea anything about robotics or whatever. My friend said, hey, you want to do something fun? I was like, why not? So I'm actually majoring in mechanical engineering, and I have over 2/3 of my college tuition paid for because of this program and all the scholarship opportunities through it and life skills I've gained.
That is amazing.
There's nothing better than watching a kindergartner hold out a programming binder and talk to an engineer as if he has no idea what's going on.
I would love to see that. Yes.
They learn those
when they teach me.
public speaking skills all the way down in kindergarten.
I think it's so important, and it's this young interaction. Like you said, you got involved in 7th grade. When did you get involved?
I got involved in 7th grade as well. I started on a middle school co-ed team, and I had a very hard time with the other students. I was the only girl.
Nice.
And I was there, and I tried, and the teacher really wanted me to be there because he knew I was interested. But the boys really didn't want to hear what I had to say because, well, they're middle school boys, and that happens.
Right.
And we got to competition, and I saw a Girl Scout team there. And I came back and I said, Dad, can we do this? And he said, what sucker's going to do that for you? He's the head of the robotics program over there. So it was him. But I started that in 7th grade, and then 8th grade, the robotics team started, and Katie came along with me.
That's fantastic. Do you think, it's hard to say what you would have done given other situations, but do you find that as your young girls come into the program you're involved with, do you see them continuing with it and being interested in, like you, going into mechanical engineering, going into the computer sciences, going into robotics? Are you seeing that?
We have one of our girls, her mom sent us a picture of what her goal chart was for what she wanted to do when she was older. This is her in 4th grade. She said, be like Miss Aaron, was the first one. And the second one was be an engineer. Engineer was spelled wrong, but it was close enough.
Close enough. Good job.
Yes. They were sitting there, and I'm looking at this, and like, this is what this is about, is the fact that at that age, I think being an engineer is a possibility.
Absolutely.
Yeah, when I first started, I actually thought that, I could be a vet tech. That's all I can do as a girl. And then going through this program and seeing me, even as a high schooler, the fact that I can build a 120-pound robot in 6 weeks, I can pretty much do anything now.
Yeah,
you can pretty much do anything.
You don't know what limitations there are or imposed limitations there are until it's the time, right?
Yep.
I think about that all the time, that you might not realize that you're being told that engineering's not for girls or whatever it is until suddenly you realize, no, it can be for girls.
Yeah.
So it's definitely, so I'm so happy to hear that these programs are out there that are really trying to broaden possibilities for everybody, but especially young women in science.
Yeah, that's great. So good luck in your college and your career choices, and also have fun today. Don't get blasted too much. And thank you for coming up here, and thanks for inspiring more young girls to go into these. Yeah.
Thanks for having us.
You're welcome.
Yeah, have fun.
All right. We have some more guests. We got some more on deck. We have people who've been helping us plan this a little bit better. Come on up. So we have to talk right into the microphone.
Hello, ladies.
It's not. So you have to talk right into the microphone.
Okay. Why don't you guys introduce yourselves and tell us what you're here representing?
I'm Toby, and this is Olga.
Hello.
And we're representing GLIST from Ballackinwood Middle School.
Great. And what is GLIST?
GLIST is Girls Lead in Science and Technology. We are a club devoted to teaching girls how to program and use technology to make different robots and projects.
How old are you?
I am 14.
I'm 11.
And 11. And how long have you been involved in this program?
I've been involved ever since I got into the middle school. When I got into 6th grade, I got interested in the club. It's like, hey, there's a bunch of girls coding and stuff like that. And I thought, hey, I should join.
How long have you been involved?
This is my first year because I just got into middle school. I'm in 6th grade. I have been coding since 3rd grade, and I wanted to get involved in a club, but I didn't find one until I found GLIST, because there aren't many clubs like this. This is like a really unique experience.
Right. Wow. Yeah. How many coding clubs for girls are there?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So who got you started coding? Why did you start coding?
I have to owe it all to my dad. He works in a lot of technology at CHOP, so he decided to get me a bunch of different robotics kits, and he got me a Raspberry Pi.
Nice.
So that was like my first step in programming. So I started on like Scratch, Tinker.
Okay. Yeah. Nice. How did you get started?
Well, I'm not really the type of person you would know as like the coding type of person. I mostly draw and stuff like that. But I got really interested in GLIST because one time, like during the activities assembly, when like they introduced all the clubs, I saw the GLIST video. It was actually kind of funny. I'm like, hey, this would actually be pretty interesting. I could actually get into some science and technology. And so I joined in the library where every girl and ever since I've stayed in GLIST.
So now that you're into coding and you're doing this stuff, what has it kind of opened up for you as far as things you think about doing, and what do you want to do with coding?
Well, my kind of dream job would be a computer engineer, or a robotics engineer. So it was kind of a new way for me to step into that kind of field. So when I'm able to code, I can use that to enhance my robotics and my computer science that I'm learning. So yeah.
It's great. What about you?
I've been thinking of creating a video game for a little bit, although there are a lot of different engines. I think it would actually probably be an easier project to start off in Python.
Mm-hmm.
And so then I could probably use Python in order to make my own video game.
Right. What coding languages do you know right now?
I know the tiniest bit of JavaScript, but I'm most comfortable with Python.
With Python and Olga?
I've delved a little bit into Scratch, which is it's really simple, just a drag and drop kind of coding thing, but I've mostly been using Python.
All right. I'm really impressed. I learned a little bit of coding a long time ago, and I haven't done much of it, and I keep looking at things and going, I need to learn coding, because that would just be something very useful.
Yeah,
it's a new language.
It opens up a whole new door to technology.
All right, so what do you have over at your booth? Are you at a booth? Do you have robots?
Yeah, we are teaching programming with Turtle. Turtle is like the computer's notepad, so it's what it used to draw all the images that you see on the screen.
Okay.
So we are programming the code for letters of people's initials. So we pre-made all of the letters at our club. So we meet every Friday, and we've been planning for this event for a little while.
Cool.
So now that we're here, we have a few girls who will say like, oh, you want to learn code? And then they'll teach younger kids and older kids. It's really like a very wide age range.
That's fantastic.
So I know nothing about coding at all. Would you be able to teach me how to code something at the booth? I'll come by.
You should.
Yeah.
Learn a little coding.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's good. Do you guys want to say anything else before we finish here?
Well, GLIST is like, it's opened up so much for me as a person. Like, I've learned so much over the past of this 1 year that I could probably make like a whole cartoon or something, because it's really a fun and inspiring club that helped me a lot.
That's fantastic.
Also, I'd like to add to whoever is interested in computer science, and if you're a girl, don't worry about it. Computer science is a male-dominated group, and I feel like a lot of females should actually join it as well. And even if there are a lot of boys there, don't let that stop you. Keep coding. Keep doing your thing.
Thank you for saying that. It's true. Don't let it stop you. And I hope you girls just keep going and doing your thing. It's fantastic. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thanks
for stopping by.
Yeah,
I'll definitely
thanks for
come
coming
by the booth. Yeah.
I love it. GLIST, coding for girls. Do you want to come up? Were you waiting to come say hi? We have some First Robotics people coming up here. We do like First Robotics. Hello. We've got a couple of microphones here. We have to make sure that you talk with it fairly close to your mouth.
Thank you very much. I will do that.
If you talk like this, you can't hear it. So
I
you gotta
talk pretty loud anyway, so I think we got this going on.
Can you introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, I'm Tom Zawislak, and I'm the affiliate partner for the First Tech Challenge program of First in the state of Pennsylvania.
Oh, fantastic.
Yep.
For the whole state.
For the state, that's correct, yeah.
Nice. So you manage all the little regional competitions.
I do, that's correct, yes.
Got it. And what is your name?
I'm Akili Alviki, and I'm a student on a First Tech Challenge and First Robotics competition team in Pennsylvania.
All right. And so what do you have? What have you brought here today?
Well, we brought here today all 4 programs of First are represented here today.
Okay.
So we started with First Lego League Junior, First Lego League, then the First Tech Challenge program and FRC. So we wanted to make sure that the attendees here today were exposed to all the programs, because there's different age groups here, and they are kindergarten through 12th grade. So First is a progression of programs that starts, as I said, with Junior First Lego League, and then moves on up through the programs. So it's designed so that they learn more as they get older, and they get more challenges as they get older as well, as they go through the programs.
What stage are you in?
I'm currently in the First Tech Challenge and First Robotics competition stages. Basically, I started in First Tech Challenge when I was in 8th grade, went through that program for 2 years, and now I'm in First Robotics competition. The learning just continues to build upon itself. And when I first walked into robotics, I barely knew how to screw in a bolt, but now I have extensive programming skills and machining skills, which is something that I never thought I would have.
Yeah, I imagine that all the things that you learn, it's not just, oh, I can now make robots.
Yeah.
Now I have these skills that I can apply to so many other things.
That's correct, and that's one of the beauties of this program. It's not just about engineering and electrical, mechanical, programming skills. What our students really learn are real life skills that they could take with them in their careers, educational careers, and also into their jobs. So communication skills, I was just telling Akila, her communication skills have improved in the years that I've known her. She was a shy young girl, and now she's just sitting up here doing interviews and expressing herself in such a fantastic manner. And that's one of the skills they learn. And team building skills, very important, as you've probably learned from other First students that you've interviewed.
Absolutely. So do you think that you've gained a lot of communication skills? Were you very shy before?
Absolutely. I was so scared to even go up at a restaurant and ask someone to take my order. But now I can talk to most anybody and work with anybody just because of what First has given me. Actually, First motto is more than robots. And that's what all the students learn from our program, that it's not just about the building and the engineering and its programming, but it's about building the teamwork and skills and the relational skills. I think that's invaluable.
Yeah. What part of the team? What role do you have a role in your team?
Yeah. So I work on the design team, the building team, as well as the communications team, which manages grant writing, getting sponsorships, organizing outreach events, and all of that.
All right. So you're learning how to raise money for your robotics efforts.
Absolutely.
Which is necessary because, as we know, robots are expensive.
Yes.
Yeah, robots are expensive, and the other key is besides the fundraising is you got to remember this is a mentor-based program. So the students are learning from mentors from various backgrounds. They're not just engineers. So you got engineers, we got lawyers, we have teachers, we have people from all walks and background that are coming here and working with these kids. And we're all volunteers. Even
Yeah.
the program leaders in the state, such as myself and other people in our organization, are all volunteers. We all have regular paid jobs. And I think that the kids really do recognize that and appreciate it of the volunteers.
What got you into volunteering and becoming and getting into First?
It's a great question. I had two sons that got into First in their senior year in high school, and they got involved in First, and I saw what this mentor-based program did for them.
Yeah.
When they got away from their parents and they learned from other adults, and they learned much more from other adults than they would in an isolated family manner. So
Right.
I saw the benefit to them. Once they graduated, I stuck with the program, began volunteering in FRC, and I've since volunteered in all four of the programs.
That's amazing. I love that you kept it going even after your sons finished, because many people will get involved. I now have a 6-year-old, and so I'm starting to get involved in things because he's involved in them.
Yep.
But to keep it going and to make it your own passion and your own interest, it's really something that it's obviously very, very important to you.
Well, it's important to me, and because we see these kids grow up, and we see them grow up into responsible adults, and then they come back and volunteer. So, that's what I said. It's about volunteering as well, and the passion to volunteer and to have an impact on other people's lives is nothing like it in the world.
Absolutely not. So what, have you been mentoring younger students yet?
Absolutely. One of the big parts of our FRC team is we actually mentor the first Lego League teams in our area. These are
Cool.
kids from 3rd through about 7th or 8th grade. We have a number of FLL teams in our area, and we take it upon ourselves to let them come into our workshop and to teach them skills that we've learned in our experiences to help them become successful in theirs.
What is your favorite part of building robots?
I think my favorite part of this whole program is getting to meet all the people and getting to make invaluable connections with people like Tom and everybody who's involved in these competitions. But my favorite part of building robots is finally seeing it work.
Yes.
That makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, science, technology, there's a lot of failure. There's a lot of troubleshooting. There's a lot of turning it on and hoping it's going to work, and then it doesn't go. And that back to the drawing board kind of feeling where you have to figure out what's wrong. And then the time that it finally works, there's this elation, right? There's just this feeling of excitement. And
absolutely.
You've done it right.
I mean, that's how we learn. Like, the test failures and everything is how we build our new skills and how we learn.
Have you learned how to deal with failure? Do you think that that's something that
Definitely.
Yeah.
A lot of the times we'll spend so much time building these robots and doing the programming, and it'll work perfectly in our workshop. And then we get to the tournament day, and then nothing decides to work. So that's something that we've just learned to deal with as the years have gone by.
I think that itself is also an important life skill.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and the cool part about the program as well, just not building a robot, but competing with a robot. So there are, you go through, again, a progression of competitions that start out regionally and then go out on state level and then on an international level. So the kids get exposed. We all get exposed to other people in other regions of the United States, throughout our own state and region, but also the international. If you get to go to world championships, it's the most amazing experience.
Did you go this year?
Yes, we did go this year. Our team actually got to play in the World Finals, which was a really great experience. Wow.
And your robot worked when you turned it on that day?
Yes. Actually, at the beginning of the tournament, it didn't work, but we got it working through the end.
That's awesome. Is there anything else that you want to say about either the competition or what you're experiencing here this weekend?
Yeah, what we're experiencing here is actually just giving people great exposure to the program, also providing them with the resources to find out more about the program. We have a lot of kids that are here that are interested in either joining existing teams or starting teams themselves.
Yeah.
So that's what we're here to do, is to advise them on how to get into the program and to share our excitement, mostly to share our excitement, our enthusiasm for what the program can bring the kids here. And we're projecting that to the adults. We hope that the adults are getting it as well.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah.
Anything else you wanted to mention?
Covered it all.
All right. Well,
thank you.
thank you very much. Good luck in all of your future endeavors. Is this something, are you going to go into a technical field now?
Absolutely.
Is that, you're looking at
What are
that?
you going to do?
What do you want to do?
I was thinking computer science and computer engineering.
Nice.
Awesome. Love it. This is what I'm loving. We've talked so far to a few young women, and they've been exposed to either robotics or coding, and all of them are now excited about going into technical fields. And I get so excited hearing the excitement of these young women like yourself. So thank you and good luck.
Well, thank you very much.
Doing it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you both.
Guys. So Kiki, I see we have more people waiting in the wings, but I'm also looking at the clock here.
It's 10:15.
It's 1:15.
1:15.
And we're supposed to be on a stage at
1:30.
1:30.
I think we can do one more interview,
Great.
and then we'll head
Justin,
on
why
over.
don't you come up here? We miss you.
Awesome. We can do one more interview maybe, and then we have to come on up for a minute, and then we're gonna head over to our program.
Yeah. Justin, come up here too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh. Is it only you or the other people? Oh, this is great. You're gonna.
So what are we talking? Are we on TV?
Kind of. We're on the internet.
Yeah, we're on the
all right,
internet.
great,
You gotta
great.
hold the microphone fairly close.
Like that?
Yes, that's
Okay.
Great. So can you tell me your name and what you're doing here at the Young Innovators Fair?
Mark Saul. I'm the executive director of Julia Robinson Math Festival. And we're reaching out to kids with interesting mathematics.
What do you consider interesting mathematics?
Well, that doesn't matter much. It just is what do the kids consider interesting mathematics, right?
Yeah. So what do kids these days find interesting in terms
Well,
of mathematics?
My feeling is, in general, mathematics is interesting to kids. Researchers have told us up to about third or fourth grade, if you ask a kid what's their favorite subject in school, they will say, well, they'll say arithmetic, but they'll say mathematics, something that we interpret as mathematics. We teach them not to be interested. We teach them that mathematics is drudgery, is difficult, is something to be afraid of. And that happens about grades 4, 5, 6, around that. If you give them other experiences, they take to it like a duck to water.
I think that's wonderful. So what are you introducing here at the fair?
Well, we have a variety of things. We have 6 tables with different things.
Nice.
So we have one problem, which you should come and try. It's a topology problem.
Okay, so shape.
Well, shape and how things are connected.
How things are connected, okay.
They have to unknot themselves from a certain configuration.
Right.
There are puzzles which are geometry, make a shape that's the same as another shape. There are puzzles in logic. There are games where we use the logic in certain ways. We have a game which is a simulation of how we think of grammar, how we generate grammar, and linguistics is very mathematical.
Fascinating.
Oh yeah,
I love it.
How to put squares together to form bigger things. It's a variety of things.
You're making it sound really interesting already, just with all these things that you've brought here
telling
today.
It's interesting. Math is terrific.
We agree with you. We agree with you already. We
Math was
absolutely
my
agree.
favorite subject
Math is
until
fantastic.
college. Then I started studying zoology. So
Well, probably you didn't have the greatest teachers in college.
yeah.
I mean, my feeling as a teacher is I want to get the kids involved. I want them to like it. If they don't like it, I failed.
Yeah.
If they ask me, what use is this? I've already failed.
Yeah.
I want to keep them so that they don't even think about that.
Right.
They'll find use for it.
So the Julia Robinson Mathematics Festival, is this a festival that takes place in a certain place and time?
It takes place where you want it to take place. We're a central organization that supports local people who do this kind of thing.
Nice.
We get them the mathematics. We explain to them what they need to do. They get the venue. They get the facilitators, people who can do the math with the kids. They get the kids.
Right.
And we just cause it to happen. And it's sweeping the country. It's growing exponentially.
That's
We
great.
keep
It's
getting
fun.
more and more people calling us. We have it in 8 or 9 foreign countries already. I just came back from Bulgaria and Romania where they did one. Wow. We did it in China and Taiwan and Hong Kong and India next in September, in August.
Math.
Yeah.
It's the international language.
Oh yeah. It's national, but at the same time, we need people from all over to do it because we don't know who's going to make the next discovery. We don't know where the discoveries come from in math any more than in art or music or science. So we have to have people from many different backgrounds feeding into it to make these discoveries.
Yeah. Well, we have to go over to a stage and do another stage performance right now. But thank you so much for joining us. Is there
My
anything-
pleasure.
Yeah.
Come see the booth. Come do the
We will.
booth.
We will.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Can I access this?
We have, it's going to be on our YouTube channel, I think. See if it's
Give me the URL or something, or just a keyword, and I'll look it up.
You can just go. All right, everybody, we're going to take a break. We have to go over to the Lab Rat stage. We're doing a quiz show, a science quiz show over at the Lab Rat stage at 1:30, so in 10 minutes. So we're going to stop our live broadcast for a little while. Everyone who's there online, we'll see you later. And thanks once again for joining us. Everybody, we'll be back in about an hour.
Yes, and the Facebook live feed we're going to terminate now as well.
And
we'll be back in 1 hour.
We'll be back. Thanks for watching This Week in Science. Stay tuned for more.